of the committee meetings yesterday, and it was just a delight to be able to have you, Chris, and we're delighted to have you join with us again today. And Jennifer Kelmington, who I think is probably known to many of you, had a long, distinguished career with the department and will be joining us as well. Once they get all the paperwork completed, we'll arrange for the former swearing in, but it's great to have you both with us here this morning for this meeting here in September. So thank you very much. Did either of you have any remarks you wanted to make just as a general opener?
The only thing I'll say is thanks for having me. I look forward to the point where I can fully participate in the meetings. But I have enjoyed the meetings, the committee meetings yesterday, and look forward to the meetings today.
Thank you so much, Chris.
I also want to thank you for the kind introduction, and I'm looking forward to working with this, working on this commission, and looking forward to the opportunities ahead.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I really appreciate that. Well, it's now my great privilege to introduce the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Quality, Elizabeth Beiser. And Elizabeth is, I think, no stranger to many of the members of the commission because she also is an alumnus of the Department of, in those days, Environment and Natural Resources, and where she previously served as the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs. And it's very interesting. In addition to her work with DEQ, she's also been the president of Beiser Strategies and a senior policy advisor of the Recycling Partnership, and was also the vice president of policy and public affairs of the Recycling Partnership, and was the government relations and policy advisor of Brooks, Pierce, McLendon, Humphrey, and Leonard, LLP. Secretary Beiser is an alumnus of the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. She's a double Tar Heel with both a bachelor's and master's degrees from UNC at Chapel Hill, and is very familiar with the landscape of environmental protection in the state. I'm delighted to report that she has been confirmed overwhelmingly by the Senate and is therefore in place and fully confirmed and ready to go. And it's a delight to be able to hear from Secretary Beiser, and I know that all the members of the commission share my eagerness to work with the Secretary in advancing the protection of the environment for all North Carolinians. And so, Secretary Beiser, I would welcome any remarks you'd like to make.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The joys of online meetings. But thank
yes.
you. Chair Myberg, thank you so much for the introduction and for the chance to speak to the commission today. I am thrilled to be back at a department that I know well and that holds such an important role in protecting our state's people and the environment. And I'm looking forward to working once again with the EMC to further the work of the department. And I want to start out by saying I want you each to know how much I appreciate the time and effort that you give to this commission and to our state. For those of you who don't know me, as Chair Myberg said, I am an alumnus of this department back when it was Diener. But after that, joined the private sector and represented a variety of stakeholders, which has given me a broader understanding of the various constituencies of this agency. I'm a big believer in working with stakeholders, finding ways to build consensus and finding innovative solutions to the tough issues that are facing the department. And I know that together we can build on the great work of the last 4 years to advance our efforts in protecting public health, our environment, and our economy. But to do that, we have to stay focused on our core mission, providing science-based environmental stewardship for the health and the prosperity of all North Carolinians. You know, safeguarding our land and our water and air is a foundation of everything we do. You all know that one of the key challenges for this department, but also for the state, is emerging compounds like PFAS. We have to address this challenge with a comprehensive policy and regulatory approach and ensure that all of our actions, both short-term and long-term, work as part of a larger strategy that is protective of our residents, their health, and our natural resources. You know, emerging compounds represent a way that our business has fundamentally shifted. This isn't a one-time issue. It's an evolving one, as you know, that's going to require a lot of creative problem solving and innovative thinking. And I've challenged the teams here at DEQ to assess our approach to emerging compounds with that in mind. We've been a leader on this issue, and we must continue to think strategically and avail ourselves of the best available science to make sure that we're protecting public health and the environment from the danger that these compounds pose. Given the events of the last few weeks, resilience is another issue that's really top of mind for me. In the short time that I've been at the department, we've had 2 storms impact North Carolina. And this issue faces all of our communities, from the mountains to the coast. In addition to our work with our partners at NCORE, in every action that the department takes, whether it's the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan or our landslide mapping program, we should be using science to help North Carolina prepare for the impacts of these more frequent and stronger storms. I also hope to work with you as we modernize processes that provide regulatory certainty and environmental protection for clean air, water, and the management of waste. We want to make sure that we're using the time and resources that we have efficiently while making it easier for our stakeholders to interact with the department. And a really good example of this is our permit transformation project, which is an effort to put all of our permitting processes online. Again, I want to thank each of you for your service and for the perspective and the guidance that you provide to DEQ and to the state of North Carolina. I really look forward to working with you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary Beiser. If you got just a minute, I think I'd like to open it up just to see if any members of the commission have any questions. This is not obviously a mandatory question period, but just if there's somebody who would like to open up, please feel free to do so. I cannot see everyone on my screen, so if the best solution for this will just be to holler out if you have any questions. I can assure you they're not normally this quiet.
Chair Myberg.
Yes.
It's Commissioner Monis, Secretary Beiser. I just wanted to welcome you. I don't have any questions right now, though I'm sure we'll have more in the future, but I'm glad you're in this role and excited to work with you.
Thank you. I'm excited to work with you as well.
Hello, Secretary Beiser. It's Marion Deerhake. Welcome. Congratulations. We worked years ago under previous administrations and delighted to see you in this role and as the first woman secretary for the commission and the state. Thank you.
So good to see you.
Well, hearing no other questions, I will just note that occasionally I understand that Secretary Beiser has been known to hear from Bill Ross and Bill Laxton, but we'll try to overlook that. Again, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's really a pleasure to meet you and to see you again and to welcome you to our joint work on behalf of the state of North Carolina.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Okay, well, let's move on to our next order of business, which is to approve the minutes. And we have 2 sets of minutes that we have to approve. We have fallen a little behind on the minutes, and we're still a little behind because I don't have the minutes for July 13th are not quite ready yet. So rather than so what I want to do though is to ask for approval of the minutes first for May the 13th and then secondly from July the 8th meeting. It is a shame that we are having to meet again virtually. I had hoped after we got to resume again with in-person meetings in July that we were going to be able to maintain that, but the coronavirus had other ideas. And so I want to thank all the members of the commission for their indulgence and their support as we make this online platform work. We've now had a lot more practice at it, alas. So I think this can work very smoothly, but I do miss seeing you all in person. First item is approval of the minutes for the May meeting. Do I hear a motion for the approval of the May minutes?
And this is David, and I make a motion that we approve the May 13th notes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson. Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Bailey, and I second the motion.
Excellent. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Arata. Sorry, Shannon, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, yep.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter, Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Aye.
Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner King.
Aye.
I see Commissioner Lazoric has joined us. Commissioner Lazoric,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams,
Aye.
Commissioner Monist,
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now for the July 8th minutes. Do I have a motion for the approval of the July 8th minutes?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Davis. I move approval of the July 8th minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis. Do I have a second?
This is David and I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Okay, I'll go ahead and call the roll again. Commissioner Anderson,
Approve.
Commissioner Arata. She says yes. Okay. Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Aye.
Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner Keen,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazoric,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams,
Aye.
Commissioner Monist,
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon.
Aye.
For Chris and for Jenny, it may seem very tedious that we're doing all these roll call votes. You'll hear that repeated during the course of the meeting. And the reason for that is that because we are doing a virtual meeting, it requires us to go through all of the, go through the roll call very so in an orderly and systematic manner to make sure that the votes are properly recorded. And it's one of the disadvantages because in an in-person meeting, you can just ask for people to raise their hands or call for it. But we're not in that world. So that's why you'll hear this again and again. And if it seems a little tedious, it's because it is. But that's life that's our life right now. Well, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to action item number 21-22, which is to request approval of the updated revised draft water supply watershed protection ordinance. And I understand that Paul Clark is going to be giving the presentation for this, but Pat, did you or Commissioner Deerhake want to say anything about this particular action item?
Chairman Myberg, this is Commissioner Harris. The Water Quality Committee took up this item at our July 7th meeting, and it was approved unanimously. So when the time's right, I'll be ready to provide a motion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Paul, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, I am ready. I guess you would like me to share my screen so that you can see my PowerPoint?
That would probably be a good plan.
Okay.
Chairman Myberg, while Paul is bringing that up, do we need to have our ethics statement?
You're right. I'm so sorry. Thank you for reminding me of that. Paul, that gives you a minute to do this. The ethics statement is that according to North Carolina General Statute, Section 138A and 15, this statute mandates that at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under this subchapter. And I am also required to inquire as to whether there are any known conflicts of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. So are there any known conflicts of interest by any members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I will just mention again, as I did yesterday in Water Quality Committee, that I was invited to serve on an advisory committee to the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. And you'll see reference to that in today's presentation. Before accepting that, I spoke with council and we determined there was no conflict of interest, but I wanted folks to be aware of that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay. Paul, did that give you enough time to get the do the share screen thing?
Yes, do you see the slides on the screen right now?
No, I see you.
Oh, okay. I thought it worked. Let me try again. Let's see. I thought I shared it. Hold on a second. Let me try it again. Okay.
Here we go. That's starting. There we go. Now it's
Okay.
appearing.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you see the water supply, watershed protection, the raindrop falling into the puddle.
That's it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Good morning, members of the Environmental Management Commission, and good morning all. I'm pleased to be able to do this presentation this morning. As it says here, I'm Paul Clark, and I am the Water Supply Watershed Protection Coordinator. The main intent of my presentation this morning, as was mentioned, is to seek approval of the updated, revised water supply watershed protection model ordinance. But what I'm going to do for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with this program, I'm just going to provide a little bit of background prior to talking about the ordinance. So the main purpose of the program, as it says in this slide, is to protect North Carolina's drinking water supplies, and it really should say surface, because this is a program focused on the surface water supplies of North Carolina. This purpose is achieved by two main ways: minimizing the volume of stormwater runoff, and that is done primarily through limiting impervious surfaces, and then also minimizing the pollutant load of stormwater runoff, and this is done primarily by requiring vegetated setbacks or buffers, requiring stormwater management measures or stormwater management controls in certain times, and then also certain prohibitions. Certain activities are not allowed in the water supply watershed protection watersheds. It is driven by the water supply, the surface water classifications. This program is specifically focused on the watersheds surrounding those waters that are classified WS1 through WS5, and obviously that stands for Water Supply 1 through Water Supply 5. Just as a note here, there are some requirements associated with built upon area for high quality waters and outstanding resource waters as well. But again, I'm going to be focusing on the water supply watershed protection program. There are two main ways that drinking water, surface water, is tapped to provide drinking water, and that is through reservoirs. And in this diagram here, you see the reservoir. There are two zones within the water supply watershed protection area. The critical area is closest to the water supply, and then the balance of watershed or protected area serves a larger area. And again, there are requirements in both the critical and the remainder of the watershed or protected area. This is the diagram, as I said, for the reservoirs, and here is one for when you have an intake on a river or some running source of water. There are, and it changes a little bit, but there are about 290 local governments that implement the water supply watershed program at this point in time. And the numbers are a little bit different from here in terms of how many entities with which I actually work, because there are several counties that have been delegated authority by the municipality to implement the program. So it's probably a little bit less than that, but theoretically there could be 290 programs.
I gathered there was an editorial comment on the person with their head down the desk.
Oh yeah, it's so it's interesting. Yeah, I can't even take credit for that cartoon. My predecessor used that, but I liked it, so I'm keeping it. and it's interesting because the program has been around a while, yet there are still those that just can benefit from assistance. We'll just say that. So these are some of the responsibilities. A key item is, of course, the ordinance that basically enables the local government to implement the program. Of course, another important piece is the map, which delineates the boundaries of the water supply watershed, so that the local government knows areas that are within their watershed and not, because you probably won't be surprised. There are some local governments that maybe are all, you know, their entire jurisdiction is within a watershed, but it's more likely that part of their jurisdiction falls within watershed and not. So it's important to know those boundaries. Again, they're reviewing the local projects that come in for compliance. I sort of already mentioned this. There are examples of interlocal agreements. For example, I said some municipalities have delegated their authority to counties to implement the program. There is required to keep records, as I mentioned earlier. Also, for certain type projects, they're required to implement and then ensure those stormwater control measures are maintained, and then they also have to deal with variances. I'll just step aside for one moment that I wanted to mention this one thing. There are two, I guess, bigger things that I've been dealing with more recently since I've been in this position as the coordinator, and that is put out a survey, and then I'll also get to the ordinance in a second. So I developed a survey, 46 questions. It includes an option to upload digital copies of their ordinance or maps. Part of the reason we wanted to do that is for you, those of you who may not know, a good portion now already of the stormwater unit's responsibilities, its permitting and that type of thing is all digitally available now in a program called Laserfiche. And the Water Supply Watershed Program is one entity that's not yet there, but this is a first step for trying to get some of our information digitally available as well. So it was sent to the 290 or so plus or minus local governments. I do have an update, which is nice. This was in June when my supervisor thankfully presented for me. I was not able to do that in June. But we're up to now 45%. So we still have room for improvement, but the percentage is increasing of those who have responded to the survey. So that's nice. And why did I even do the survey? It was a few reasons. One, it's an opportunity for me to learn more about the programs. As you can imagine, with many programs, and they definitely are similar, but there are differences as well. So it helps me learn about the programs. It was an opportunity for the local governments to come to me, contact me via email or phone and ask me questions if they're not sure of some of the survey questions or some related items that they wanted to talk about. And to be honest with you, it's nice. The survey has done that to a certain extent. It has generated some communication between the local governments and myself, which has been nice. And then this last item is that one of the responsibilities I have is to review, to audit the many different programs. As we said, there's a lot of programs, so I can't do all of them at once. So the survey and responses, or I should say lack of responses, will help me to prioritize where I need to focus and maybe do a program review or audit in these local governments first, whereas others I do not have to worry about them for now. So that's the survey. And hopefully the responses will continue to come in. They've sort of been coming in over a period of time. And now I'll focus on the main reason that I'm here, and best for last, right? So I updated and revised the draft Water Supply Watershed Protection Model Ordinance. And why did I do this? As you can see here, it has been quite a while since it was even revised. It's been many years. There have been both statute and rule changes since that 1995 ordinance was developed. And then from looking at the 95 ordinance and looking at the regulations and looking at a number of informational items pertaining to the Water Supply Watershed Protection Program, I feel this updated ordinance definitely is clearer and it's easier to use than the previous ordinance. And that's partially because I think the regulations, the more recent regulations that were adopted shortly after I started in early 2019, they, to me, are also clearer and easier to use. So for those reasons, I went ahead and updated the ordinance. This is just the table of contents of the new model ordinance. And this next slide, basically, they're not really that many changes. And here are basically a summary of the changes. Some definitions were added. Again, some minor changes just to improve clarity. The Article 400, which you look back again, Article 400 is the development regulations. This is the section that has changed the most. A table has been added, and again, the table was primarily, it's not new information. The table was added as a means to present the information in a clearer, more easily understood manner. I also, you'll see too, those of you who have had the opportunity to look at the ordinance, there is a large section that is taken from the regulations, and that was done on purpose. And again, it's because I really feel the regulations present this section of information in a very understandable manner, and so that's why the ordinance looks very much like the regulations. And I'll add a footnote at this point, and I probably should have mentioned this maybe when I started. The ordinance is a guide. The local governments are not required to adopt the model ordinances, exactly as it's presented here. It's meant to be an informational tool and guide that the local governments can use to incorporate into their own ordinances. And my experience has shown some local governments do. They copy it almost word for word, but other governments do have more flexibility, have more changes. And again, I review ordinances. And so as long as the ordinance meets the requirements, the state requirements, that's approvable. And then so Articles 500 and 600, just again some, I'm sorry, third bullet under here. Okay, density averaging. This is important because the density averaging provision, as you can see, was actually, it's almost 10 years old already. But that provision, local governments are required to offer local governments are required to offer density averaging. And that was not in the 95 ordinance. And so that section has also been added to the ordinance. And then I just moved the definition section to the front. And again, I felt, again, this is a personal preference, the way the footnotes were presented in the previous ordinance, I really felt it broke up the document a lot. It made it a lot harder to read. So I basically moved all the footnotes to the end of the document. And this is sort of this was sort of the process that's been involved with this revision of the model ordinance. I prepared an initial draft and shared with a small group, I got a lot of good comments actually from that small group of local governments and some others. And that was very helpful. So I received their comments and I revised the draft. Then with the revised draft, I did send it out. It's been posted on the website for several months. I'm not sure. It's been posted on the website for a while. I shared it with listservs, and I even put it in there that the comments were due at the end of May. And to be honest with you, when I shared it with the wider audience, I got very few comments. I didn't get a whole lot of comments, but that's what it is. And then thankfully, again, my supervisor, Lucas, presented the draft model ordinance back in July. And as Commissioner Harris said, it was approved by the Water Quality Committee. And so now I am here before you this morning to seek full EMC approval of the draft model ordinance. Yeah, this is just there's more information on the way. Let's get this. I can do this. Oh, well, maybe not. Anyway, I'll just say that there's a lot of good information. Oh, maybe it is going to work. There's a lot of good information on the website. I'm just not sure how long this is gonna. Okay, yeah. So there's the link for the ordinance. There's the link for the survey. Again, I've got the link for the survey up there. I've got the rules. I've got some other resources, like you can click on the water supply watershed map, and I've got some other resources here. So that's just that's just a few things there for your information. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Paul. Are there questions for Paul?
Chair Myberg, John.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Clark, excellent job on this and excellent presentation. Thank you. I have a question just having to do with the adoption mechanism by the counties and the municipalities. As they adopt these, is there a statutory requirement that it come back to DEQ and must achieve DEQ's approval of the ordinance?
I'm sorry, good question. So the way it works with ordinance revisions is that, and new ordinances, is that basically the regulations say that the local government has the opportunity, they are able to go ahead and approve their ordinance at the local level and even begin implementing it, but they do have to come to the state for our official final approval. And that authority is actually with you all, it's with the Environmental Management Commission, but through a series of delegations, it has been delegated to the department and then down to my level. So that's why I've been delegated the authority to approve the ordinances. But to be honest with you, when I work with the local governments, and I think it's, you know, an effort to save time, is that I often will say, if they start to communicate me and say, we're looking at revising our ordinance, do you have any insight? I say, you know what would be best, actually? I tell them what they can do, but I say, if you want to, go ahead and send me a draft. And that way I can review the draft and sort of give like a preliminary approval. And that way they don't possibly have to go through their local approval board twice. I can provide comments on the draft. They'll go ahead and incorporate their comments. And that way they only have to go through the local board approval or whatever the entity is once as opposed to twice. Now it is, I'll just add one other item since we're talking about approvals. It is different with the maps. If a local government wants to revise their map, and again, there are the requirements, but without going into detail, but there is some flexibility with the local governments. In other words, if they want their area to be a little bit larger, they can do that. But let's say they want to come in for a map revision, that has to be approved by the state first. They can't do that and begin implementing it on their own and then come on to us. For map revisions, they have to come to me first. I will approve it, and they have to, you know, provide supporting documentation, and then they can go ahead and implement that.
Excellent. So for all the enacting of ordinances and the modifications of them, there is DEQ review.
Yes.
The ordinances. Okay. You have only 290 of them to oversee. And your head is occasionally on your desk.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, some more staffing probably would be a good idea. But do you have any feel for how effective the ordinance is, the state's requirement for the ordinance, and all of these counties and municipalities having this ordinance and protecting our water supply, watershed, you know, the water quality, the effectiveness of it?
I think that's a difficult question to answer, you know, 100%, and the reason being is because for some reason, I have much better, you know, I've had more communication with some local governments than others, and some I can see, yes, are implementing the ordinance, and they're doing a very good job at effectively implementing the program. But I can't say that because I just don't know. I don't know. There are some local governments out there that are supposed to be implementing the local the water supply watershed protection program, but these are a group that I probably haven't heard from in the survey, and I have had little to no communication. There's some that I don't think I had any communication with since I started, and so it's difficult for me to say in those cases whether the program is being effectively implemented.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir, for what you do for our state, and also these modifications mostly go to clarity, and that is always a good thing. Well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes, I've got a question kind of follow on of the first one. I've got several, but the follow on with Commissioner McAdams. Paul, you mentioned this as part of the model ordinance, the model stormwater ordinance. So this kind of gets, my understanding is this would get collected as those communities adopt the model ordinance, but not necessarily applicable if they do not adopt it. Is that right? How does
being the push now that hopefully at the end of this time, this draft model ordinance will be approved, and so when it becomes approved, there will definitely be a more proactive push on my part now to strongly encourage the local governments to go ahead and adopt this ordinance, and some may have to make a lot of changes, some may not have to make as many changes, but yeah, that my goal is that, you know, my goal is 100% of the local governments will look at their ordinance, will revise their ordinance, will come to me for approval of those revisions, and so that everyone will have an ordinance that meets the state requirements.
Okay, let me follow, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I'll give somebody else some more time if they've got.
Sure,
I've got
sure, go
3 or
ahead.
4 in implementation. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, off the bat, Paul, I think you've done a good job since you've been working with this. I've worked with you several times indirectly, and I think you've put a lot of passion into it. So, and I do think the updates in sections 200 and 400 are extremely good, and obviously overdue since 1995. As you know, a lot of people adopted these watershed protections around 2000, and they haven't really been touched since then. So a lot of jurisdictions, as you mentioned, don't even know they're on the books. Some follow them very closely, and some of them don't even know what's in them. So I think this update is needed, and 2 and 400 are good. My questions, though, come kind of from section 601 and having a local government background. Just this whole enforceability and administration part gets to be kind of confusing. So when I look, the first question would be like in 601, where you say county, town, and you have joint programs or shared programs. When you see these parenthetically beside each other, does one have more governance over another, or do they all manage their programs independently?
Oh, if I'm referring to the same section that you are, when in the ordinance, when it has the county in brackets and then the town, what that means is just when the specific local government is actually using this model, let's say, to go ahead and revise their ordinance, they would just put either the name of the county or the name of the town. Am I understanding your question?
Yeah, and to follow, but the point being is each of those jurisdictions has their own watershed administrator and the watershed review board in a quasi-judicial manner. So if I pick on the one here in the news space and for Johnston County, it's got the county, it's got Wilson's Mills, it's got part of Smithfield, I believe, and it's got part of Clayton in it. So there's 4 different watershed administrators.
Okay.
And 4 different quasi-judicial review boards, despite the fact we only have one watershed and a lot of things fingering in and out of each other. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are exactly right. And that's why in some cases, the municipalities will delegate their authority to the counties, and that will reduce the number of local governments that are administering the water supply watershed protection program. But again, the municipalities, local governments don't have to do that. So you're exactly right. For some watersheds, there are several local governments that are implementing a program within the same watershed.
Yeah, so as a land planner and engineer, I work with this all over the state. So I see this overlap, and I guess the only way from an enforcement, because they've got to track each of these different ordinances within each jurisdiction. What happens when one runs out? I mean, everybody looks at the 70% and 10%, but if you run out or you have an industry that wants to cover it more, can they share, or does it have to be part of an overall program for the whole watershed?
That's actually a good question. Yeah, what Commissioner Solomon is referring to, for those who don't know, there's a provision within the water supply watershed protection program called the 1070 provision, and it basically enables the local government who's implementing their water supply watershed protection program to basically reserve or allocate 10% of their watershed, and they can develop up to 70%. In other words, they can develop this particular percentage, have greater development there than other parts of the watershed. And so what happens is, and this has happened in certain cases, is if a local government basically uses up their 10%, they use up their 10%, they can develop an interlocal agreement. This is an example of an interlocal agreement. There can be an interlocal agreement. Let's just say hypothetically, a municipality used up its allocation. So we can go to the county if the county has excess allocation. They can establish an interlocal agreement, a joint resolution that has to be signed and approved by both governments, where you can have a transfer of acreage from one local government to the other. But that has to be the tracking has to be clearly shown. It has to be, and this cannot be done within different watersheds. It has to be, if, for instance, the county and the municipality share land in that same water supply watershed, then that transfer can occur. But again, there are certain requirements that have to be met in order for them to seek approval of that. And I actually have not done any of them since I've been in my position, but I've seen my predecessors have worked with those transfer agreements.
Okay. So in that light, you're unless you have the interlocal agreement in 600, when you say like in E and G or E and F that you're responsible for keeping all the records, the local jurisdiction, if it has its own jurisdiction, is only responsible for keeping its records. So its planning department or its engineering department, it may not even have one of both, but the local government somebody there is responsible for keeping only its record, and they're really not having to coordinate with the other people in the watershed. I mean, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that from a practical standpoint, they're just responsible for theirs, and nobody except the state has primacy for all, right?
You're correct, and there are probably examples of those that are just focusing on their own. But I guess because there have been examples of these transfers, that there's local governments too that are sort of communicating and sort of talking to each other about what they're doing to see if these extra allocations exist.
Okay. Under 600 in G, and again, you may or may not know, but I did the stormwater regulations too as a hearing officer in those committees. But G says that the watershed administrator is responsible for ensuring that the stormwater control devices are inspected at least once a year and a record of SEM inspections. Now, I'm not so sure who the watershed administrator is, but I know in certain jurisdictions that I've worked, that person is not the stormwater engineer or the planning director. It may just be a staff person because they don't use this ordinance very much. And it comes up when we do a land planning thing. I'm just wondering if that G is not too heavy under 601.
I see what you're saying. In other words, it maybe though I could change the wording to say the watershed administrator or a person with who has been delegated responsibility or with similar responsibilities. So in other words, you want that item G to provide a little bit more flexibility and not just solely name the watershed administrator.
Yeah, maybe like you have D and F that they're responsible for keeping the records of it, like the records of the variances and the records of the amendments and the land uses, but they're not responsible for ensuring that it's done. In G, you kind of shifted gears.
Commissioner Solid, just a question. When I read that as the fact that the watershed administrator is responsible for ensuring didn't mean that the watershed administrator themselves had to do it, but rather they had to make sure that it was done. Was that correct?
And that is correct, because there's some examples where the stormwater control measures have been the authority has been given to like a homeowners association or something like that. And again, maybe this wording could be changed, but yeah, it's the watershed administrator is responsible ensuring that they're done, but they don't have to physically be the feet on the ground that are doing the inspection.
Yeah, and I agree with the chairman on that. I'm just saying that when you say is responsible, that gives kind of a superior position to the stormwater engineer in some of these towns that may be doing it. If they're not the same one doing it, to say I'm responsible for it in my work area, not you. And this is going to fall into probably the stormwater section, and it may not be the same. This watershed administrator may or may not be the same person. So that's why I'm saying that maybe something like you're responsible for the records of it in your jurisdiction, kind of like you've done elsewhere. So I'll let you decide, Paul, what you want to do with that, or we'll just put it on this.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, thanks.
Well, we need to, this is a procedural question. If we're approving the ordinance, do we need to have the precise language in front of us? Because I think that it seems like everybody agrees sort of what the intent of this is. And so my only question is, as a model ordinance, which is not rulemaking, Commissioner Solomon, I don't have an opinion on this. I'm just.
I would say my suggestion would be that the watershed administrator shall keep a record of stormwater inspections or stormwater control. If you look up at F and above, it says shall keep a record of variances, shall keep a record of the inspections that occur twice a year. So it looks like more of a record keeping function, like you've got it otherwhere in 601.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I guess I'd want to have somewhere maybe add to what I mentioned sooner, instead of just the watershed administrator shall keep the records, but also something along lines and shall ensure that some person, I mean, I just want to make sure that it's not lost that they, again, although they don't have to do the inspection, they are, or maybe I see what you're saying, maybe by mentioning the records, that's implying by that they have to keep the records, that's implying that the inspection is going to be done.
Right, because in the local government, it could be in the planning department, in the engineering department, it could be in code enforcement, it could be in a number of different departments.
Right.
Just like if you look at D, you're not going to know all the amendments if it's a guy in the stormwater, maybe the planning director's keeping this stuff. And they may not even be connected to stormwater. So I'm just trying to build it where it's the records are being collected and given to the state and somebody's tracking it, but we're not setting up a thing where the person has to be the.
Yeah, actually, upon thinking about this more, no, I agree with that. I don't have a problem with that because by the watershed administrator having to keep the records, that's implying that they're ensuring that someone is doing the inspection.
Yes,
even if it's
yes,
not.
that's where I'm going with it.
Let me suggest, just to make sure that we can move ahead on this. I think this is an excellent dialogue, and my sense is that the commission generally would support sort of getting this framed right. But I also hear the point about clarity of record keeping, but I also hear Paul's point about ensuring that you know sort of who's responsible in some way, and that given that this is not a rulemaking, I would be amenable to a motion that adopts the model ordinance, but gives you some flexibility to go back and discuss with Commissioner Solomon or other commissioners who'd like to, whether there's a particular wording change rather than trying to craft exact language here on the fly in this. And Commissioner Solomon, would you be amenable to that?
I'd be glad to. And I've got a lot of experience as a planner and an engineer and a staff member of local government going through these. So
are there other questions, or Judge, do you have others?
Can I give two more, because I got this for council to consider too?
Okay, sure.
You're moving this into quasi judicial, and again, from a legal standpoint at local governments, I mean, we're taking planning boards out of the quasi judicial process and keeping that to council or boards of adjustment in some cases. So we're introducing in the model ordinance a quasi judicial board, a new board, so to speak, and we don't have a lot of recommendations as to where that board should sit. This board may not meet but once a year or once every 5 years. And so it's very possible, because it is quasi-judicial and unique, it needs to be housed under another quasi-judicial board with the evidence and finding of fact. So I guess I was looking for two things. I assume it has to be quasi-judicial. In this case, this review board. Because it looks like to me this review board is going to turn this over to the EMC or the courts anyway, and maybe that's why it's quasi-judicial. But does it have to be quasi-judicial? And then once it becomes quasi-judicial, there's stuff under 604 that starts talking about advertising papers in general circulation. It talks about 2 times 24 hours. I just want to make sure that once we make it quasi-judicial for the local government, it fits into each local government's process for quasi-judicial, because they're all slightly different. They all advertise a little differently. They all do stuff a little differently. And I don't want to set up something in a model ordinance that goes under watershed protection that looks different than how they would do their other quasi-judicial things. And so you're potentially not that's the design. You're potentially setting up 2 different ways to do something within the own local government structure. And I just want to make sure we're not doing that. Some have quasi-judicial process where they have second readings. They want 1 reading and 2 readings, almost 2 times before the public. and the attorneys are always there. So there's a cost to quasi judicial too, that some of them take more seriously than others. So my question is more generally quasi judicial. Does it have to be? And for council, does this look standard enough, I guess, that we have to repeat it, or can we get by and just say it's a quasi judicial process and let the local government handle it the way they normally handle it?
And I'd like to hear from council too. Does that seem like a pretty substantial question? Now, Commissioner Deerhake, I saw your hand up. You had a comment.
Yes, thank you. And these are all very important questions, and they tie back to a comment that I made when we first heard this in July. And that is when these model ordinances are drafted or were drafted in the past, they had the UNC School of Government involved, folks who are experienced and knowledgeable in drafting these ordinances and knowing the ins and outs, as Commissioner Solomon mentioned about how local governments work. We did not have an opportunity to get their input this time for various circumstances. Perhaps it might be best to defer, and this will give an opportunity for Commissioner Solomon and any other commissioners to provide input, but also hopefully the folks at School of Government who need to look at this might be available to take another look at it. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, thank you. As you know, we talked a little about it, and circumstances prevented the School of Government reviewing the first time, but we have been in communication with them, and they do still plan to review it. Just the timing with travel and personal circumstances, they probably wouldn't be doing that until the end of this year or the beginning of 2022. And so I guess there's maybe one or two approaches. One is I guess we completely wait and wait for approval of the ordinance. Wait till I get the approval from School of Government and Commissioner Solomon and others who want to comment on some of these items. Or there's nothing to say, I guess it can't be approved in its current version, but I still would seek the comment and review from some of these folks. And then if they have, especially if they have substantial recommendations and changes to the ordinance, of course they would be incorporated. And then it would mean, I know that means I'd have to come before you again, but it means I'd make those revisions and then come, I don't know, a year from now. It's hard to say exactly, but come before EMC again for approval.
Well, let me make a suggestion, and Commissioner Deerhake, I appreciate that, and I'd like to hear from council first and answer to Commissioner Solomon's question, and then I'd like to make a suggestion as well.
And let me throw
Reynolds?
let me throw my last one in here. The other one was rules of professional conduct. It's not exactly quasi judicial, but I think there's some basic rules of conflicts of interest and stuff that apply elsewhere in the legislation for local governments that may make it not necessarily too kind of like some of this process stuff to not have it duplicated in two places. And that's my only thing, is I don't want to set us up a ordinance that gets adopted and then we trip over something else, because quasi judicial changes a lot and ethics could change a lot too, conflicts of interest. So anyway, I give all that to the council. Those are my two comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. That's really helpful. Commissioner Reynolds or Council Reynolds?
I'll go with my title again, I think.
Yeah.
I was going to say, usually that's Commissioner Solomon that tries to do that for me. But to answer the first question, yes, this is quasi-judicial. It has to be quasi-judicial. But please keep in mind the idea that this is a model ordinance, not a required word-for-word ordinance that the municipalities must adopt. Commissioner Solomon's right. Each municipality is going to do it a little bit differently, but they all have their same requirements for due process for any type of quasi-judicial proceeding, which I think this model ordinance spells out very well. But as far as where this review board sits, or whether it's incorporated into an existing entity as addressed by the ordinance itself, that's going to be up to the local municipality to figure out for themselves, and they can incorporate their own hearing requirements, but this is just sort of the minimum requirements of what must be included, or at least what must be addressed. But they're all going to have a uniform set of ethical requirements for conflicts of interest, et cetera, that would apply to these bodies, irrespective of where they're housed or how they're situated within that government. And so, but it does have to be quasi-judicial. That there's no doubt about that. One thing I do want to mention, and Paul, I'll send this to you in an email. I think in section 600, it's listed as section 508 appeals. That should be 608.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
okay, thanks.
That's okay. And I'll send you a couple. One of my suggestions one other suggestion, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is that if there are going to be changes to the language, it's my recommendation that those changes be made before you approve it, or that you have the words out there so you can see them. You can change it on the fly right now. You can agree to it, but you're going to need to have a motion. Then you're going to have a motion to amend, et cetera, et cetera. So I think Commissioner Deerhake's suggestion may be well placed here to wait and make sure that the language is right, because how one person reads it and how it's clear to them may be entirely different to the other members of the commission.
Council Reynolds, I have to agree with you on that. That was where I was going with this. And I think Commissioner Deerhake's suggestion is probably a good one, because I mean, I suppose, since it sounds like the concerns have all been about Article 600, but rather going forward with something where you approve everything but Article 600 seems kind of clunky. And given it's been 25 years since it's been updated, probably waiting a couple of months to try to make sure we have this right and that everybody's looking at the same language and that gets worked out before it comes to the commission is probably a really good idea. So I think if with the permission of the commission, I think what my recommendation would be to defer this and try and bring it up relatively soon, and see if in the meantime, Paul, you can work with Commissioner Solomon and other commissioners and with Council Reynolds to make sure we get the points on this, perfectly finely tuned, and take advantage of the experience, especially that Commissioner Solomon has in working with local governments in the real life implementation of these ordinances. Do people generally agree with that course of action?
I do.
Yeah. This is Pat Harris. I agree with that action, and if you need a motion to that point, I'll be happy to make that.
I don't, Council Reynolds, I don't think we need a motion. I just think we need just to not act on this and sort of hold it in abeyance and carry it over for a future meeting.
That would, deferring it by consensus is probably the best way to do that, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, what I just said, or?
Yes, sir. Deferring it by consensus rather than taking an action on it and trying to lay it on the table, which actually is not the proper procedure. So,
and I agree, Chairman Byberg, if I could, I just want to say to Paul, I think probably the committee and Paul put a lot of his time on 2 and 400, and Paul's done a great job with that. It's overdue and it's been needed. And, so I think he's done a great job and a great service here. It's just, just the questions I had in 600 were the big ones.
Well, I really want to thank you for your careful reading of that, because that's a really a vital service. And also, this is an example of the wonderful experience you bring to the commission from trying to implement this stuff on the ground. So thank you very much for that. Okay. Well, with that, why don't we go ahead and sort of, as Council Reynolds says, carry this over by consensus and move on to our next action item, if that's okay. Paul, thank you very much. That's a great presentation and very effective.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks, appreciate it.
My pleasure. Okay, let's move on then to the next item, which is to request 21-23, which is to request approval of the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan. And I believe Forrest Shepard is going to do the presentation on this, but Commissioner Harris, did you have any introductory comments to make?
Thank you, Chairman Myberg. Again, the Water Quality Committee took up this item at our July 7th meeting, and it was approved unanimously. So again, I'll be prepared to make a motion as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Forrest, are you on and able to do the screen sharing?
I am on and I have my video on. I'm working on sharing my screen now. All right, can everyone see my screen?
I can.
Wonderful. Good morning. I want to thank the Commission and the Chair for the opportunity to present to you today. Today we'll be requesting approval of the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan. In today's presentation, I'm going to tell you about basin planning, the basin plan timeline, and highlight portions of the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan. Basin planning is a watershed-based approach to managing water resources that considers the cumulative impacts of all activities across a river basin from both point and non-point sources of pollution. The 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan is a reflection of this planning process and serves as a summary document for the river basin. A river basin plan is required every 10 years, and a river basin plan is not part of a rulemaking process. We'd also like to note that this timeline for the plan is different than the Chowan River Basin Water Resources Plan in two ways. First, we brought this plan to the Water Quality Committee after the public comment period instead of before. And second, we brought this plan to the Water Quality Committee as an action item before bringing it to the full EMC. So how did we get here? Well, let me tell you about it. Basin planners began engaging stakeholders early on in plan development to understand local concerns and water resources issues stakeholders have seen in their river basin. Some of those concerns included future development and population growth, water quality and quantity protection and monitoring, especially in low lands, conservation of riparian buffers, concerns over deforestation and biomass harvesting, a need for best management practices, bid-like incentives for in-stream wetlands on private land, swamp forest conservation, including protection and restoration, living shorelines, watershed scale planning, resiliency, oysters, drainage and water quality, retrofitting drainage with wetlands, and shoreline stabilization. There were also concerns over flooding and environmental contamination, sea level rise and extreme rainfall, climate change, saltwater intrusion in agricultural lands close to the sound on the southern shore, groundwater rise, a need to identify areas with better drainage, and there are some areas that have formed drainage committees, as well as public education. While drafting the Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan, we attempted to bring resources together to help support decision-making on the topics brought up by stakeholders. We brought this scattered information together specifically for this river basin and are sharing it through the planning document and associated story map resource. This was followed by an internal review of the basin plan by multiple NCDP divisions, sections, and branches. We also worked with the basin liaison, Commissioner Arata. Continuing on, we held a public comment period during which we received comments from several of the soil and water conservation districts in the basin, the North Carolina Farm Bureau, and local citizens. And those comments were included as part of the supporting documents for today's request. Now we are here presenting the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan as the fourth document to be developed for the Pasquotank River Basin by DEQ. And the plan includes 9 chapters covering water quality and quantity in the basin. Chapter 1 discusses the Pasquotank River Basin characteristics, including information about geography, population and land cover, point and non-point sources of pollution, as well as climate change. Chapter 2 provides an overall description of the water resources monitoring data and general water quality across the basin. Chapters 3, 4, 5, and 6 detail the watersheds in the basin and the Albemarle Sound. Chapter 7 is on the permitted and registered activities in the basin. Chapter 8 explores the various water quality initiatives and funding opportunities in the basin. And Chapter 9 provides a summary of water use in the basin. Chapter 1 of this plan provides an overview of the Pasquotank River Basin. As such, this presentation will begin there. The Pasquotank River Basin is located in the northeastern corner of the Coastal Plain Province, spanning northeastern North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. Approximately 15% of the river basin is located in Virginia, and that land area includes portions of the Virginia Beach County. In the North Carolina portion, There are 11 counties and 13 municipalities located wholly or partially in the Pasquotank River Basin. Since 2000, Dare County has experienced population growth in all the municipalities in the Outer Banks. These areas also are frequented by tourists, and those areas experience significant increases in population due to that seasonal flux. The North Carolina portion of the Pasquotank River Basin spans 3,367 square miles and is the 5th largest river basin in North Carolina. As of 2016, approximately 1/3 of the land area is open water in dark blue, another third is wetlands in light blue, and roughly 1/5 of the area is agriculture in yellow, followed by forest in dark green, developed land in red, as well as shrub, barren, grass, and herbaceous land cover. And nutrients, algal blooms, altered hydrology, and flooding continue to be water-related issues throughout the rivers of this basin. As part of the planning process, basin planners, alongside the Division of Water Resources Washington Regional Office, reviewed how permitted facilities may be impacting water resources. The total number of permitted wastewater, stormwater, non-discharge, and animal feeding operations are included in the basin plan and are shown here on the map. If available, the basin plan also identifies areas in which on-site wastewater treatment systems or septic systems may also be impacting water resources. For water quantity, the basin plan includes the total number of facilities registered or permitted to withdraw water within the basin. This permitted and registered activities review was coupled with monitoring data collected between 2006 and 2019 from benthic macroinvertebrate communities, algal bloom reports, surface waters, lakes, groundwater monitoring data, and sanitary surveys for waters of the Pasquotank River Basin. This information can be found throughout chapters 2 through 7. We'll highlight portions of these chapters over the next several slides. Certain timeframes of the same monitoring data were used to create the 2018 listing of impaired waters. The 303D, or impaired waters list, is a list of waters that exceed water quality criteria as determined through the 303D listing methodology approved by the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission, along with any waters added by the EPA. As of 2018, certain waters in this basin are on the impaired waters list. A list of these impaired waters is currently on this slide, with the parameters that exceeded water quality criteria highlighted in red. All of these impaired rivers and sounds are discussed in the Pasquotank River Basin Plan, but for this talk, we're only going to highlight just a few of them, as well as some of the work that is ongoing in the northern and southern sides of the Pasquotank River Basin, the Outer Banks, as well as the Albemarle Sound. We learned early on that the northern, southern, and Outer Banks areas are all dealing with a range of environmental issues, so we constructed the plan to separate these geographic regions, which we will briefly discuss over the next few slides. Chapter 3 of the plan is on the northern shore or northern side of the Pasquotank River Basin. The Little River and the Pasquotank Rivers are on the impaired waters list. These impairments are discussed in the plan, so we will highlight just the Little River for today. Similar to other northern shore watersheds, such as the Pasquotank and the Perquimans, roughly half of the land area in the Little River watershed is covered by agriculture, yellow, followed by wetlands in light blue, open water in dark blue, forest in dark green, and developed land in red, as well as shrub and grassland in light green and orange respectively. The Little River is on the impaired waters list for chlorophyll A, indicating that excess nutrients are likely contributing to algal blooms in the river. Because of this, during the 2016 to 2018 time period, the Albemarle Resource Conservation and Development Council, also known as ARC&D, Pasquotank County, Perquimans County, and the Pasquotank Soil and Water Conservation District, as well as the Perquimans Soil and Water Conservation District, partnered together to use grants to construct a 4,800-foot in-stream wetland on a farm canal in the upper part of the Little River watershed, a 2,000-foot in-stream wetland on a farm canal just above the impaired section of the Little River, and a 2,000-foot in-stream wetland on a privately owned canal that drains approximately 3,200 acres of agricultural land and solar farms on the Pasquotank County side of the Little River watershed. These in-stream wetland projects had two objectives. One was to monitor their effectiveness of removing nitrogen and phosphorus, as well as capturing sediment. Second was to educate the general public about the importance of these types of wetlands for protecting and improving water quality in the Little River watershed. These projects are also included the 3 projects also included improvements to drainage and water management on adjacent cropland, which helped show the landowners that they would get better crop production, even though they had to give up some of their land for wetlands and buffers. During these projects, the in-stream wetlands became an integral component of the farmers' overall efforts to improve drainage and water management on their cropland. Water quality monitoring of 2 in-stream wetlands during their plant establishment phase showed only minor nutrient concentration changes for each pollutant parameter, with total suspended solid reductions appearing to be the highest among the pollutants evaluated. And although initial results indicate minor nutrient concentration changes, ARC&D notes that longer periods of monitoring are needed, 4 to 5 years, to effectively measure the water quality performance of these in-stream wetlands under natural conditions. Several local citizens, as well as watershed action groups, are actively documenting algal blooms throughout the Little River watershed, as well as other parts of the basin. Moving on, Chapter 4 of the plan is on the southern side of the Pasquotank River Basin. Hendricks Creek, Main Canal, and the Alligator River are on the 2018 impaired waters list. Again, these impairments are discussed in the plan, so we will highlight the water management related concerns in this region. Cycles of flooding and drought on regional properties have prompted concerns from local communities, landowners, and stakeholders. In response to these concerns, the Albemarle-Pamlico National Estuary Partnership with Washington and Terrell counties received grant funding in 2019 for the Scuppernong Coastal System Regional Water Management Study. The study will become a part of an important decision support tool to guide future potential water management implementation actions in collaboration with other regional stakeholders, including local governments, other state and federal agencies, and private landowners. Potential applications include informing management actions on and off of conservation lands, explaining impacts from climate variability and recurrent flooding, improving regional drainage efficiency and community resilience strategies, improving agricultural best management practices, and updating existing plans. It can also provide information and resources to implement actions identified by the Natural and Working Lands and Coast and Wetlands Subteam, addressing directives in Executive Order 80 and the Climate Risk and Resiliency Plan. In addition, the study may benefit regional economic development strategies, such as supporting sustainable agriculture and diversifying the rural economy by strengthening water-based economies and capitalizing upon the natural resources of the region through ecotourism and recreation. Moving on, Chapter 5 is on the Outer Banks. We do not have ambient or benthic monitoring conducted by the Division of Water Resources, but the Division of Marine Fisheries monitors the shellfish growing areas. Shellfish includes clams, oysters, and mussels. And shellfish growing areas are classified as approved, conditionally approved open in blue, and restricted, conditionally approved closed, or prohibited in red. Approved areas are consistently open, while prohibited areas are permanently closed. Conditionally approved areas can be open to harvest under certain conditions, such as dry weather when stormwater runoff is not having an impact on surrounding water quality, and restricted waters can be used for harvest at certain times, as long as the shellfish are subjected to further cleansing before they are made available for consumption. The Division of Marine Fisheries Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality Section monitoring has helped identify these impaired waters on the 2018 list listed on the screen. The sanitary survey for each of the shellfish growing areas is done every 3 years. The survey includes a shoreline survey of all existing and potential pollution sources, a hydrograph and meteorological survey, as well as a bacteriological survey of the shellfish growing waters. Shoreline surveys assess areas of concern and the impacts of potential pollution sources like wildlife and domestic animals, marinas and multi-slip docks, golf courses, stormwater, subdivisions, and wastewater treatment. Sanitary surveys in the shellfish growing waters of the Albemarle Sound have been limited due to staff reductions in staff. Therefore, monitoring the I-1 through I-16, all of these I areas, has been stopped. The Division of Marine Fisheries is pursuing efforts to begin sampling areas of the Albemarle Sound again in the near future. And this information is broken down into different shellfish growing areas and presented in the Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan. Chapter 6 of this report pays special attention to the nitrogen species, nitrate, nitrite, ammonia, and organic nitrogen, as well as total phosphorus, chlorophyll A, and algal bloom data over time throughout the Albemarle Sound and rivers of the basin in an effort to communicate the changes in in-stream nutrient concentrations. As discussed previously, excess nutrients and algal blooms are water-related concerns in this region of the state. To help orient people to the graphs and associated map for the next few slides, first there are station names with the stream classification at the top of each graph. These station names relate to the named stations on the map on the right in both name and color. The blue colors are the 3 stations located on the western side of the Albemarle Sound. The green represent the stations in the middle of the Albemarle Sound, and the purple indicate the stations on the eastern side of the Albemarle Sound. Each color group is composed of 3 stations located on the northern, central, and southern sides of the Albemarle Sound. And these stations have either an N for north, C for center, or a S for south included in their name. Lastly, the orange borders around the bars indicate at least 3 months of data might be absent or not collected. If you look closely at the annual average distribution of total phosphorus in the Albemarle Sound, you'll see that they generally appear to decline as observed from west to east. There also appears to be higher total phosphorus concentrations, possibly coming from the northern shore tributaries. The nitrate, nitrite, nitrogen, or NOx, concentrations also generally decline as observed from west to east. Additionally, if you compare the northern and southern stations, you also see differences with higher nitrate, nitrite, nitrogen concentrations, possibly coming from the southern shore tributaries. As we reviewed the nutrient concentrations from those tributaries, we noted the elevated concentrations of phosphorus and nitrogen. Notably, the Little River on the northern side of the basin had the highest total phosphorus concentrations. Hendricks Creek in pink and Scuppernong River in yellow on the southern shore had the highest nitrate, nitrite, nitrogen concentrations. And currently, discharge information is not available, so nutrient loading trends were not able to be reviewed. However, Nathan Hall and Hans Perl from the University of North Carolina's Institute of Marine Sciences have completed a quantitative analysis for this region for the Albemarle Commission. Their work concluded that for tributaries of the Albemarle Sound like the Scuppernong River and Hendricks Creek, given the high concentrations and more rapid increases in total nitrogen loads from the coastal plain streams that were assessed, and in fact that such streams constitute about a quarter of the total watershed of the Albemarle Sound, it is possible that the smaller and largely unassessed coastal plain streams contribute up to 45% of the nitrogen and phosphorus loads to the Albemarle Sound. Their report to the Albemarle Commission is referenced in the basin plan. We also looked at the organic nitrogen signature. Organic nitrogen, which mostly comes from plant material and organic matter, can exist in considerable proportions and can contribute substantially to concentrations of total nitrogen in streams. While reviewing the in-stream organic nitrogen concentrations of the Albemarle Sound, they appear to be increasing over time and as observed from west to east. So the opposite of what we saw with phosphorus and nitrogen. Notably, the most recent 10 years on record, 2010 to 2019, display this pattern more frequently and with a larger range between the organic nitrogen concentrations between the west and the east. Increases in organic nitrogen concentrations often coincide with increases in biological productivity in these systems. Another signal of biological productivity can be found in the concerning chlorophyll A and pH concentrations in the eastern Albemarle Sound. The Albemarle Sound was listed on the 2018 Impaired Waters List for pH. Along the top of this slide is chlorophyll A. On the bottom is pH for the ambient monitoring stations along the center line of the Albemarle Sound. The red lines on the scatter plots indicate the 40 micrograms per liter standard for chlorophyll A, and the 9 and 8.5 pH standards for the Albemarle Sound. Similar to the organic nitrogen signature, concentrations in the Albemarle Sound, chlorophyll and pH concentrations generally increase from west to east, which is a sign of increased biological activity. This plan also reports that the northern and southern watershed tributaries are also responding to excess nutrient concentrations, as seen by the elevated levels of chlorophyll A within those systems. Algal blooms, which result in elevated chlorophyll A concentrations, also occur throughout the Albemarle Sound. If you look at the locations for the 2018 to 2019 algal blooms, we can see that these occur across the Albemarle Sound and primarily in the northern shore tributaries. Although microcystin concentrations are relatively low, many of these algal blooms contain dominant cyanobacteria or blue-green algae as part of their total algal, or the other, I apologize. Although microcystin concentrations are low, many of these algal blooms contain dominant cyanobacterial or blue-green algae as part of their total algae. And these algae can produce cyanotoxins. Chapter 9, the last chapter, water use is discussed. Because a hydrologic model has not been developed for the basin, information about water use is based on best available data from various water quantity programs. These include the Water Withdrawn Transfer Registration, Local Water Supply Plans, Central Coastal Plain Capacity Use Area, and the 2018 Agricultural Water Use Survey published by the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Currently, groundwater is the primary source of water supply for communities and private wells throughout the basin, and based on the information presented in the local water supply plans, collectively, public water systems in the Pasquotank River Basin are expected to have adequate water supplies to meet current and future demands. Closing out on a few selected recommendations, researchers should continue to work on technology that can distinguish a specific nitrogen signature in order to identify a specific source such as agricultural animal type, domestic waste, or a background forest or sediment signature. DWR encourages researchers to continue to work towards a viable method to use on a large-scale system. This would assist in the development of appropriate best management practices to reduce the load of nutrients into the system. We should continue to work with the Nutrient Criteria Development Plan Scientific Advisory Council to develop appropriate protective criteria, which could be response and/or causal variables for the Chowan River and Albemarle Sound. Lastly, broad partnerships should include local nonprofits, county governments, soil and water conservation districts, state agencies, including North Carolina and Virginia, and universities that are working together to monitor water quality and quantity in northeastern North Carolina. And that came from one of the local champions out there, Mark Powell. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, and all the recommendations can be found in the plan. And hopefully this talk told you a little about the Pasquotank River Basin and the associated planning resources. And with that, the Division of Water Resources requests approval of the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan. We thank you for your time and attention, and we will do our best to answer questions. And if there's any time available, I'd like to share a brief overview of the Pasquotank story map that's barring the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Forrest. Commissioner Harris, do you have any remarks before we open it up for questions?
No, sir.
Okay, doke. Forrest, that was a very comprehensive presentation. I will just observe that one of the great services of these basin plans is to provide information in a digestible form for the general public. And it's certainly for someone who is from the western part of the state rather than the eastern part of the state, this is really informative and at least certainly got my attention. So thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, John McAdams. I just want to comment on a couple of things. After the presentation to the Water Quality Committee in July, I had an opportunity to talk with Forrest. There were some things about the plan I did not understand. Forrest, you have tweaked the PowerPoint just a little bit, but also your explanations and the other information that you have provided have made it very clear. And I believe this plan is absolutely chock full of useful information. The monitoring data is going to be very useful for mapping out best practices and means to attack the water quality issues that are growing in this basin. I think the report is very well done.
Thank you, Ted. We worked very hard.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, question for Forrest, and this is kind of my first time seeing it, but in reading it and looking over it, where do you think aquifer storage and recovery is moving in this basin? It's generally in hot spots and other places. We've got it in Greenville, we got it in Wilmington. We had a lot of talk a few years ago, probably 8 or 10 years ago, about reuse ASR. Do you see any isolated pockets, or what's your sense? I don't think the plan really talks about ASR a whole lot, but what's your sense of ASR in localized areas here in the basin?
I cannot speak to that. It's something I've seen people discuss that, but not in any context for North Carolina or dealing with these river basins. So I cannot answer that.
Okay.
I have Linwood Field from local water supply if he has any insight on that, but I couldn't give you any accounts of aquifer storage and recovery specifically in the Pasquotank River Basin.
For needing it there, yeah, and I guess that's where my concern was. We've talked about it a lot over the years, and I just didn't see a lot of emphasis in this particular document, since you do use a lot of groundwater. If that was something that apparently didn't come up, but it come up very much. So that's probably sufficient. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, Commissioner Harris, did you have a motion?
Yes, sir. I move to approve the 2021 Pasquotank River Basin Water Resources Plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Is there a second?
I second. John McAdams.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, it's Marion Deerhake.
Yes.
I wanted to thank Commissioner Arata for continuing to serve as the liaison. And I also just wanted to make one general observation with the temperature data that I also made yesterday in the White Oak. If you look at figures 2-33, 34, and 35, you'll see an upward trend in the annual mean water temperature in both basins. And first time exceedances of 20 degrees Celsius in the White Oak, first time exceedance of 25 degrees Celsius in the Pasquotank. And in both cases, I think it's important for future monitoring and analysis to look for correlations with that temperature as well, in tide with the bacteria and algal blooms. Also, maybe a sensitivity analysis to the rising temperature would be useful too. I think we're going to be facing this more and more, and it's going to force more difficult decisions that are tied to the climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to unfortunately agree with that. And it was interesting to see this one come up, and the White Oak River Basin Plan was approved by the Water Quality Committee yesterday, and so you'll be seeing that on the November agenda. And there were clearly sort of some crossover connections between activities here and activities there. Okay, and you'll be later on in this agenda, we have the 2021 annual report for overall progress on basin plans. So we'll be coming back to this general topic again. Let me go ahead and call the roll then. Commissioner Anderson?
Approve.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarek?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Monist?
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The motion passes unanimously, and congratulations. And now, Forrest, it's on to the next ones. So thank you so much. Okay. The next item that was on the agenda we have withdrawn, which was on the groundwater quality standards, and that was withdrawn in order to enable some further discussions between the department and the hearing officer over some of the recommendations in the hearing officer's report. So we're going to pull that. That was been pulled from the agenda, so we'll skip over on that. And thanks to Commissioner Bailey, who has been the hearing officer on this one, and we'll have the opportunity for a little further work in that regard.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
Chairman, if I can on that one.
Yeah.
I worked on that one with Commissioner Bailey, Chairman Bailey, I
excellent.
guess, the committee, and with Commissioner Vandervaart at the time for a long time. And I guess we had our public hearings in January on that. So they're going to time out pretty soon. I guess my question was this mainly related to the PFOA PFAS issue, or is it mainly related to something else?
It's it's particularly related to the PFAS issues. Yes.
Okay. I guess you're going to look at this, but I would just say one of the concerns we expressed in the beginning was some of these IMAX were very old, like 20 years old. They needed to get processed into permanent, and we did question whether some of the newer things like PFAS should even be in this lot.
Yeah.
So, and I guess the decision was made that we would keep them all lumped together. And to me, I thought politically that may be dangerous for a different reason than it's gone now, but it seems like the whole batch of them has gotten slowed down because of PFAS and PFOA. So could we break those out if it needs more public comment or hearing and get the other IMAX done? And I'm not asking for a decision now.
Right.
But having spent tens of hours with Commissioner Bailey and Commissioner Vandervaart and the staff and all the discussions and research, I would love to get those approved so we don't have to go back to public hearing with them. So
now, I think it's fair to say that the department shares that concern, and so I think that's an option that the hearing officer and with the assistance from you and the department may want to take up, so that when this comes back before the commission, I agree with you about. I share some of the same values that you did when you were chair about the job of this commission is to make decisions and move stuff along. But in this case, I wanted to make sure that there was enough time to do that. But I think your point is well made.
Thank you.
Chair Myberg?
Yes.
It's Commissioner Arata.
Yes.
Just wanted to voice support for that proposal that Commissioner Solomon just made about potentially, if it makes sense with the department, to separate out the PFAS, PFOA and move the rest forward. Well, from what I've heard, the concerns are certainly on the PFAS, PFOA and not the rest of the package.
Well, Commissioner Bailey, I think it sounds like you've gotten some good support for commissioners about some of the ways to approach this. And for those of you in the department who are sort of listening to this, I think that's you may have a good sense of the commission from the remarks from Commissioner Solomon and Commissioner Arata. So hopefully that this can be moved through relatively quickly. And it came up relatively late. And so rather than try to engineer that on the fly, it seemed best to defer it. But I hear the concerns, and they're well placed.
Thank you. Frankly, I thought we had already done that in the hearing officer's report.
Well, this is a chance to sort it all out. So let's do that. Okay, I'm going to move ahead to agenda item number 21-25, which is a request for approval to proceed to public notice and hearing with proposed permanent rules 15A NCAC 02H.1401- through 1405, and I'm not going to read the rest of this, but it's the wetlands rule that we discussed at some length earlier in the year for the emergency temporary rule, which was adopted and approved by the Rules Review Commission and is now in place. This is, I think, a very interesting set of developments and received a lot of attention in the Water Quality Committee. And the presentation, I believe, will be done by Sue Homewood. But I asked for either Commissioner Harris or Commissioner Deerhake if you had any remarks before Sue makes her presentation.
Chairman Myberg, this is Commissioner Harris. This did get a lot of attention, a lot of discussion, a lot of staff time went into this. At our July 7th meeting, we took this up and unanimously approved to move this forward to the EMC.
And I also note that the regulatory impact analysis is fully available. It's been available for the commission to review. So that's been up there. I know that was an issue or a request at the committee meeting. And I have to say, I have read quite a few of these regulatory impact analyses, and this is one of the most sophisticated ones I have ever seen. So real credit to the staff who put this together. So Sue, with that, let me turn it over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Myberg. I'm going to stop my video while I'm presenting just to make sure that I don't have issues with my slides. Just share my screen.
Excellent, shows up just fine.
Great, thank you. So thank you. Good morning. I'm Sue Homewood with the Division of Water Resources. And I also won't read my long title slide. I'll just jump right in. So just real quickly, my presentation is going to have 3 parts to it. I am going to provide a very brief background just to get everybody back to where we were when we've discussed this topic in the past. And then in the middle portion, I'm going to try and address some of the more pressing questions and topics that came up during the temporary rule development and see if we can do a better job of answering some of those questions for commission members. And then lastly, I'll actually get to the agenda item and talk about the development of the draft permanent rule. So jumping right into the background, recent changes to the Clean Water Act federal jurisdiction for wetlands and certain landscape positions ended up creating a permitting gap in North Carolina for granting authorization for impacts to those wetlands. And by recent, it was actually about a year ago, June of 2020, that the Navigable Waters Protection Rule was passed and changed what the Corps of Engineers determined would be jurisdictional or subject to Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. This ended up just having an inadvertent consequence to our permitting mechanisms here in North Carolina for these wetlands that were no longer eligible under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. So many of you will remember we last year went through a temporary rulemaking process, and in May of this year, the EMC adopted temporary permitting rules to provide a bridge to provide a permitting mechanism while we went forward with a permanent rulemaking process. So those temporary rules just provided expedited relief to just give us an opportunity to help the regulated community while we went through the full rulemaking process. Just a brief note, the Navigable Waters Protection Rule does also change jurisdiction for some streams and other surface waters like ponds and lakes. But based on North Carolina's climate and geography, the impacts to stream permitting in North Carolina is expected to be de minimis, if anything at all. So I'll just be talking about wetlands because that's where the consequences end up to be in North Carolina. So pictorially, this is our little cartoon to just sort of describe the regulatory permitting landscape. On the far left, the federally jurisdictional wetlands are those that are subject to the Clean Water Act and Section 404. We permit those in North Carolina through our 401 certification program under our O2H 0500 rules. Nothing's changing about that. Anything the Corps calls jurisdictional has the same permitting mechanism that it's always had. And those are wetlands that are directly connected to jurisdictional streams or navigable waters. On the far right are isolated wetlands. These are wetlands that don't have any direct connection to downstream navigable waters. They might overland flow or sheet flow, but they don't pass what was termed the significant nexus test. They don't have a direct connection. Nothing is changing with the permitting mechanism for those. They are permitted through our isolated wetlands permitting program and our 2H 1300 rules. The middle category, highlighted in orange, are the ones that are the subject of these rules. These were federally jurisdictional wetlands that the 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule turned into non-jurisdictional wetlands. And these are wetlands that are still directly connected to downstream water, so they're not isolated, but they're not connected by a jurisdictional stream. They're connected by some non-jurisdictional channel. And so to provide them with a regulatory mechanism for permitting, we've created these 2H 1400 rules. And just a note, the existing wetland regulations in North Carolina, we are not changing the protections or the wetland standards in any way. The EMC adopted wetland standards in 1996, recognizing the importance of multiple functions that wetlands provide. And that just creates a situation where in order to impact some of those wetlands, you would need authorization or permitting. So we need permitting regulations to back those up, to provide opportunities to the regulated community to apply for approval to impact those. As I said, wetlands have an immense number of important functions. You'll see some of that discussed also in the regulatory impact analysis, and they vary from agricultural and food resources, protection of our groundwater and surface water supply, recreation, habitat for aquatic species, birds, mammals, and then very important flood and erosion control. So flood resiliency is a hot topic right now. What one estimate for how much storage a wetland can provide is 1 acre of wetland can provide anywhere from 300,000 to 1.5 million gallons of storage. And just while we're talking about background, I want to talk about the timeline we're on. As I said, the EMC adopted the temporary rule in May of 2021. We were before the Water Quality Committee requesting to be here today in July. We did receive OSBM approval for our regulatory impact analysis. Should we get approved today, the hearing process and public comment period will be through September, October, November. And we would be back before the EMC in January, hopefully with a full hearing officer's report and permanent rules for adoption. All that is to get to this highlighted expiration date of the temporary rules. The temporary rules by APA have an effective date of only 270 days from the day they become effective, and then they expire. And without permanent rules in place by that point in time, we'd be back to where we were last year, which is the regulated community having no permitting mechanism for their projects to move forward. So all of our schedule is based on that expiration date. And I did want to just mention that, that lots of changes are going on at the federal government level. A couple months ago, EPA and the Corps of Engineers announced their intention to revise the definition of waters of the U.S. This is a process that is likely to take some time. They do not have a proposed schedule at this point in time. It's unlikely that it would be completed prior to February, the expiration date of the temporary rules. And then even more recently, August 30th, there was some action in a district court of Arizona regarding waters of the U.S. and the Navigable Waters Protection Rule. That is very recent. The EPA and the Corps have temporarily changed how they're doing business, but even announced that that's just a temporary situation while they continue to investigate what this means. There still could be additional litigation or appeals on this. So at this point, it's very important that we continue on our process with these 1400 rules to provide that regulatory certainty that regardless of what happens at the federal level or what kind of time frame it happens on, we have these rules available to the regulated community. We will continue to watch that and adjust as we see fit, and we can certainly update the EMC as we find that things have changed. But at this point in time, moving forward is the safest thing for the regulated community. So now I'm going to go back and see if we can do a better job at answering some of the bigger questions that came up during the temporary rule. And that was something that many commissioner members expressed that they had these questions. And it was even more important that as we went forward with permanent rules that we tried to delve into them deeper. And one of the first questions is, why are there different federal regulations and state regulations pertaining to wetlands? And to sort of address that, I went back to the preamble of the Navigable Waters Protection Rule. The preamble is where the federal government talks about why they're making rules, what the intent is. They talk they answer a lot of the questions they receive through their public comment period. So it's a good guidance of where they're headed and what they're thinking. And in the Navigable Waters Protection Rule, the federal agencies say that rule is not determining what waters warrant environmental protection and which don't. That rule was set to just draw the boundary between which waters are subject to federal requirements and which waters are subject to state and tribes, who are free to manage the waters under their independent authorities. It spends a lot of time talking about the Clean Water Act was set up this way, and it clearly within the Clean Water Act establishes states and tribes to retain authority to protect and manage the use of the waters that are not navigable waters under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. So we also got a lot of questions about how many of these wetlands are we talking about? Is there a map in North Carolina? Are they all on the coast? Are they all in the mountains? What's going on? And early on, we had the same questions. We have a little better idea now, but going back again to the Navigable Waters Protection Rule and the preamble, this is a question that the federal government has gotten every time they've modified waters of the U.S. definition. And the Navigable Waters Protection Rule preamble clearly states that there are just really significant limitations to mapping all the wetlands in the nation. There's no comprehensive data sets available. There's no way to know where they all are without somebody, the Corps of Engineers, going out and looking at them. For the first time ever, they did acknowledge that the data sets are getting better and technology is getting better, and that the federal government should probably look into this and see if we're getting closer to it being a possibility. But who knows how long that would take. And just a side note, there is a map available, the National Wetlands Inventory Data Map, that a lot of people use to determine if there's wetlands at a specific location. In 2020 and 2021, DWR actually conducted a grant-funded study of the accuracy of that map in North Carolina. And there were two very important aspects of that. In researching that map, they found that the NWI map, the minimum mapping size for a wetland is 1/2 acre. So if a wetland's not up to 1/2 acre in size, they don't map it on that National Wetlands Inventory. What they also found in this grant study is that the median ground truth, so these were people out on the ground making wetland determinations, the median size wetland in the Piedmont and mountains of North Carolina is just 1/10 of an acre. So that ended up with being 70% of the wetlands we knew were out there because of the data that was used in this grant weren't actually on the National Wetlands Inventory map because they were below the minimum size for that mapping. So we don't have maps that are available to us. We did try our best to look, but we wanted to see if we could figure out still how many of these wetlands, non-jurisdictional wetlands, might there be. And to do that, we found a couple resources that might not have exact numbers, but at least have scales and magnitudes we can look at. In a press release by the EPA and Army Corps of Engineers, they indicated that the Navigable Waters Protection Rule had resulted in 25% reduction in waters that would have been federally jurisdictional prior to that rule and were no longer federally jurisdictional. Now that was nationwide, but it still gives us an idea of the scale. In North Carolina specifically, a private firm evaluated what sites that they had in their records, and they went back and looked at them. So the sites that they knew where wetlands were, they went back and looked and reevaluated them using the Navigable Waters Protection Rule, and they found that on a specific site, anywhere from 20 to 70% of the wetlands became non-jurisdictional, which is a very wide range. And then there was some data gathered by a non-governmental organization that looked at GIS mapping to the best of their ability. They looked at 2 river basins in North Carolina. Their estimate was that over 900,000 acres would be non-jurisdictional using the Navigable Waters Protection Rule. So that gives us a scale of the type of wetland or number of wetlands or acreage we're looking at. In addition, the staff went and looked for information available from the Army Corps of Engineers website, and that is based on their approved jurisdictional determinations. So when the Army Corps of Engineers is asked by a specific entity to come out to their site and look at their wetlands and make jurisdictional calls, The projects that go through the whole formal process are available on their website. So we gathered that data. We looked at it just for wetlands only. Now, this is not a randomized data set. It is sites where, like I said, landowners or developers specifically requested the Corps to come out. So it's usually around the urban areas where there's growth. It is also not all the sites evaluated by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's just the sites that have gone through the complete formal process. But we looked at the data they had available for 5 years prior to the Navigable Waters Rule and then 10 months since the Navigable Waters Rule. And I'm going to show that on 2 different maps. So this map represents all the approved jurisdictional wetland determinations that the Corps of Engineers made for about a 5-year period. This was prior to the Navigable Waters Rule, so the 2 types of wetlands they were identifying were jurisdictional wetlands and isolated wetlands. And we can see the isolated wetlands are very few and far between. It actually is about 3% of all the wetlands they've evaluated. When we look at the 10 months after the passing of the Navigable Waters Protection Rule, you can see that the non-jurisdictional wetlands is a much higher percentage of all the wetlands that the Corps went and looked at. So just looking at the percentages, we can compare them side by side. The chart on the left is that for 5 years before the Navigable Waters, when they were just 2 categories, jurisdictional wetlands and isolated wetlands, really isolated wetlands were a very small percentage of wetlands in North Carolina. For the 10 months since the Navigable Waters Rule, when now there's non-jurisdictional wetlands and they have a different definition, what the Corps had found based on that data that we were able to pull was 36% of all wetlands they had been to were non-jurisdictional. So again, that sort of matches some of those other numbers we were looking at, we found available, and really it just gives us a magnitude that we can be certain we are not talking about a minor set of wetlands, a handful of them across the state, just a couple acres. We're talking about larger numbers. So then the next question is, okay, well, now we know there's a good number of those wetlands out there, but how many projects is this going to affect? Which is really challenging to answer that question because we don't have an exact map of all those wetlands and where they are. We also have an inability to predict what projects will have a need to impact these types of wetlands. And we had hoped that maybe we'd have some indication from when the temporary rules became effective to have some applications in-house and be able to look at them. But we've actually only had 2 applications submitted to the division since the temporary rules went into effect. And we analyzed that and we realized that that's because our deemed permitted thresholds in those rules are pretty substantial. So we had set thresholds that if they are under a certain size, they don't need to come to the division and ask for approval and have us review their project. And the development community is really familiar with that process of minimizing their impacts to get below the thresholds that are in our regulations. And they've done such a good job of that we didn't actually see many projects that were big enough to trigger the need for our review. But we didn't want to completely give up. We wanted to see if we could guess at how many projects we might see using these new rules. And the best way we could come up with doing that was looking at our past data for where we have issued 401 certifications for jurisdictional wetlands. So we do have a database that keeps track of all the certifications that we issue, all the applications that have come into us. We looked at that for a couple years. We ended up with an average of about 275 projects a year come into the division with wetland impacts. And then we just said, okay, well, if we figured out that about 30%, 36% of all the wetlands that the Corps have looked at so far are non-jurisdictional, then maybe about 36% of our permitting or certification requests would be on non-jurisdictional wetlands. It's about as much of a guesstimate as you can guess, but it did give us, again, a scale of magnitude that about maybe 100 projects that would have been following the jurisdictional 401 certification process to get approval would now fall into these 1,400 non-jurisdictional wetland rules. One caveat to note is we can only look at the projects that trigger the division's review. In the jurisdictional wetland, the 401 certification program, there are also deemed permitted thresholds. So we don't know how many projects would have proceeded even on jurisdictional wetlands prior because they would have been below our thresholds to come to us. So then lastly, as Chairman Meinberg alluded to, that there were some questions about what is going to be the regulatory impact analysis of these new rules. We did not have to go through that process for the temporary rules, but we have completed that process for these permanent rules. And I'll talk a little bit more about the specifics in the third part of my talk, but just real quickly, the regulatory impact analysis provides the information on the potential costs and benefits of these proposed rules. What's very important to recognize is that per OSBM, they established the regulatory baseline that we had to consider to do this evaluation. And they set that best baseline condition such as the permitting condition that existed when the Navigable Waters Protection Rule came into effect. So when that rule came into effect, there was a subset of wetlands that did not have a permitting mechanism, and therefore they couldn't be impacted. And that's the baseline we had to use. And now we are proposing rules to allow for a permitting mechanism. The OSBM process does not allow us to consider that temporary rule that we've had in place in the interim in the regulatory impact analysis. We can talk about it, we can acknowledge it, but when we look at the costs and benefits, we cannot consider the temporary rule. So, and then just the regulatory impact analysis provided an evaluation of different alternatives and what weighed things more in the cost or the benefits columns. So hopefully that did a better job of answering some of the questions that I was not able to answer during the temporary rule development, just because it was all so new. And we continue to get more information all the time. But now I'm going to finally get to the actual agenda item, which is the draft permanent rules that we would like to go out to public notice and hearing with. So as I said, we have temporary rules in place, and this has actually given us a really good starting place for the permanent rules, because normally when the division or an agency brings rules to the commission, we have not had the opportunity to go out to the public notice or to go out to the public and get comments prior to then. But because we had temporary rule process, we heard from commenters on the temporary rules. So as a reminder, those rules went out to public comment back in March and April of this year, and we received 550 written comments on those temporary rules. And it was actually a unique situation in that the majority of the comments said they were in favor of the temporary rules. They saw the need for the temporary rules. They encouraged the division to go forward with temporary rules. But they did have comments they wanted to express that the division considered during the permanent rulemaking. And I've not experienced that situation before where before we even start permanent rulemaking, we're getting comments from the public. So it was a great way to start and get a good head start on our process. If you want to look at those comments in more detail, they are part of the hearing officer's report that would have been on the EMC's agenda back in May. We also still went through our typical stakeholder process. Rulemaking often has stakeholders at the beginning, and so we did 2 virtual stakeholder meetings in April and May. With a variety of stakeholders representing the regulated community, consultants, DOT, agriculture, wildlife agencies. Those stakeholders, we asked them to provide comments on specific topics that we knew of because of the temporary rule development. We wanted to delve into those deeper. We asked for specific input on some language as we used the temporary rules as a baseline and asked them to comment on any language that needed improvement. And then we also asked the stakeholders to give us any other information, additional topics, concerns that we had not already brought up that we weren't aware of. And that was a very successful process. We got very good information through that process. So then the division jumped into permanent rule development, and we took into account all this great information that we had, the experiences and the comments we received during the temporary rule development. We had the stakeholder meetings information. We now had a complete regulatory impact analysis, and we had comments that we received during the Rules Review Commission review of the temporary rules. As with the public comments, the Rules Review Commission staff said, there's a few things I would do differently. Maybe you can look into this as you go forward with permanent rules, but they accepted some of it for the temporary rule purposes. So we went back and we reevaluated some of that. And out of all that, we ended up with draft permanent rules that when we looked at starting with the temporary rules, we modified some language for clarity. We added some language where some gaps had been identified. And then the biggest change was we revised the thresholds for deemed permitted and compensatory mitigation to match the jurisdictional wetland thresholds. And I'll go into that a little more detail since it's the biggest change. Just real quick, a deemed permitted threshold is an amount of impact under which a project can proceed without review. This is a well-established permitting approach. We have this approach in our 401 certification program, in our isolated wetlands permitting program, in many of our stormwater, wastewater. Really good example most people are probably familiar with is the sediment and erosion control program. If you disturb less than an acre, you don't need a sediment and erosion control permit. If you disturb more than an acre, you do need one. So it's that same sort of, whether you call it permitting by rule or deemed permitted, it's the same sort of approach that if your project is small enough and the impacts are small enough, then the division does not require review and approval. So if something is over those thresholds, it doesn't mean the project can't go forward. It just indicates there's a process where you go through an application to the division and provide documentation to us so that we can ensure that the project impacts are truly unavoidable, that you've minimized as much as possible, that there won't be indirect or secondary downstream water quality violations. We want to make sure that the project, now you're above a certain size, that you're not contributing to downstream water quality violations, and that compensatory mitigation has been provided for the loss of wetlands. So it's we are a permitting agency. We do this all the time, whether you call them permits or certifications or certificates of coverage. This is something that the regulated community is very familiar with, and it's a process that it does not indicate that it stops a project in any way. It's just a process that we go through to make sure that it doesn't have additional consequences that aren't being considered. So when we developed the temporary rules, we were looking at expediting the rulemaking process as quickly as possible. And to do that, we tried to be consistent with rules that were already existing. And we looked at our isolated wetland permitting rules as being a good starting point. We wanted that to be something that people were familiar with. The isolated wetland permitting rules had just been through rule readoption, so we felt confident that those rules were drafted in such a way that the regulated community and the RRC and the EMC were all familiar with, that we had recently evaluated in detail. By doing this, we were able to provide immediate regulatory relief. The thresholds in those isolated wetland permitting rules, the deemed permitted thresholds, were very generous. They're very high, which is why we're not seeing many applications. But that was intentional because at that point in time, these projects had been on hold. We didn't have a permitting mechanism. We wanted there to be an ability that as soon as we did have rules available, the majority of projects could move forward as quickly as possible. So having higher deemed permitted thresholds was beneficial to that community who had been sort of stuck in this unfortunate situation. It also, early on, we didn't really have an ability to evaluate how many wetlands we were talking about, what kind of staff resources we need. We didn't have the benefit of having a fiscal analysis, so the division made the decision to be as generous as possible to the regulated community while we figured out some of this important information so that we could develop a robust permitting mechanism. And so those were all conscious decisions. When we went out to public notice, as I said, with the temporary rules, the overwhelming number of comments we received were that we should reevaluate those thresholds, that these non-jurisdictional wetlands were more similar to jurisdictional wetlands in that they had a direct connection to downstream waters. Their impact on downstream water quality and flood resiliency was more similar to the jurisdictional wetlands than the isolated wetlands. We also heard that there were a lot of these out there. And now our research is showing that we are talking about a large percentage, not a 3%. And so when you add all of that up, it has the more potential to have downstream water quality effects. So stakeholders also provided that same information to us, indicating that the analogy of these wetlands was more appropriate with our 401 jurisdictional certification program than the isolated program. So we looked back at our 401 program and said, okay, well, what are the thresholds in those? And while the 401 certification program doesn't spell them out the same way that our isolated wetland permit, we don't use the term deemed permitted, all of our 401 certifications have thresholds within them. And across the board, the most common threshold for wetlands is 1/10 of an acre. Projects with less than 1/10 of an acre of wetland are allowed to proceed with our general certification, 401 certifications, without application to DWR and waiting for approval. Now, there's some projects that even if they're below 1/10 of an acre, they still trigger the need to go through a review, and that's because they are maybe impacting a unique or high quality wetland or a primary nursery area. So there are other triggers, but in general, if you just talk about the wetland impact or acreage impact amount, 1/10 of an acre is what's across most of our 401 program. So then projects with greater than 1/10 of an acre require DWR review and approval. We also looked at our regulatory impact analysis as we were moving and gathering data for that. Again, the baseline is the condition as if rules were not adopted. The primary cost and benefit drivers when we looked at our all the data we were gathering was the permitting and mitigation threshold. So the biggest change to the numbers we got was when we changed the acreage thresholds in deemed permitted and mitigation. We also found that through our analysis, the largest portion of potential benefits of these rules will be to the development community. And that's because that allows them to move forward with projects. They don't have land that can't be completely not used for their project because there's no permitting. They don't have to avoid to build a road because of these wetlands that we've provided them with a permitting mechanism. So it provides that benefit for them. And what else we found going through the regulatory impact analysis is that even with the thresholds that we ended up proposing, there is still an acceleration of net loss of wetland function and acreage in North Carolina. But we've been unable to quantify the actual magnitude of the loss. So just to put some numbers on the screen, so based on partial estimates, given the best available information we could gather. And I just want to say that Julie Ventiloro did an amazing job of gathering what information was out there. The net benefit to the development community, DEQ, private mitigation banks, and environmental consulting companies appears to be at least $775,000 annually. And these were the at least is important because this was the numbers we could gather. There's probably a lot more out there. The loss of wetland function and acreage in North Carolina may cost at least $870,000 annually. And again, that's at least because that's where we could gather numbers. There were functions we could not quantify. So here's on this slide a list of some of the partially or wholly unquantified impacts. We have no idea how many projects will fall below 1/10 of an acre of wetlands, whether they're jurisdictional or not. We just don't know where those projects are. There could be 10, there could be 10,000, we don't know. So we cannot quantify that because we just don't know how many projects are out there. There's also an inability to completely quantify the lost wetland services from when you take a natural wetland that nature has created away, and we impact it and we compensate by creating a mitigation wetland. There is research that shows that those functions don't hold up to the same level. So, but that's really hard to quantify. We also couldn't quantify the costs to DOT that are avoided by having these rules. So as I said, if we didn't have these rules, these wetlands could not be impacted. DOT would have some number of roads that would have to be completely realigned. Whether that means one more house being moved or 10 commercial buildings, there's no way to quantify how many roads would need to do that and what the cost would be. And we just didn't get down too far into the weeds of indirect benefits to some of the wetland restoration sector that are benefited by the mitigation requirement. They build those mitigation sites. landscape architects, plant nurseries, consultants who do the monitoring and design. Some of that's just a little difficult to get way down into that level. So when we looked at all the data we had from the regulatory impact analysis, from the comments we received during the temporary rule from the stakeholders, we went and ended up drafting these rules so that the deemed permitted and mitigation thresholds were similar, in fact, identical to the 401 certification program for jurisdictional wetlands. So we took the approach that, again, we wanted to be as consistent as possible. The regulated community speaks very loudly about how they would like consistent programs across the state, consistent permitting. It's very hard when they have multiple sets that have all these different numbers in them. So it was evident that our being consistent with the isolated wetlands for the temporary rules wasn't the right place for these rules to be. We went and looked at the 401 certification and tried to see if we could be consistent with that, and it seemed to match up really well with all the data we were gathering. But we wanted to double check and figure out, well, how many projects does that mean? Like, so, you know, we have this scientific information, this fiscal information, this public information that this might be the thresholds we belong at, but what does that mean for the people who actually want to use these rules? And again, we don't know how many there are. We don't have an ability to guess where they might be, but we can look at our certifications from previous years as a guide. So we went back and looked again at how many certifications we'd issued in the last couple of years. And of those, what were the wetland impacts that were noted in those certifications? And what we found that of the average 275 for the last couple of years that we issued, 60% of those, the impacts were less than 1/10 of an acre. And even though you think that's because we shouldn't have those in our database because those are deemed permitted, as I mentioned, there are other triggers for needing written approval from the division. And so these are just a subset of all the projects that were out there with less than 1/10 of an acre. We have no idea how many other projects aren't in our database because they were below 1/10 of an acre and didn't need approval from us. But of the ones we did have to approve, the majority is still below 1/10 of an acre. So the number of projects this should impact should be pretty low. So we're talking about a subset of what was there before and then a subset of that even. So 60% of the projects we know about would end up being below the deemed permitted threshold as these rules are drafted. So just to circle back around to where we are now, right now we are asking for the EMC to approve to go out to public notice. We are aware and watching very carefully the changes that are occurring at the federal level. But right now we are also watching that February 22nd temporary rule expiration date. And we don't have the confidence that the federal changes will be complete or certain enough that we should stop this process as we go forward. As I said early on, we are not changing the 401 certification rules. We are not changing the isolated wetlands permitting rules. Those will continue to exist. So if at some point, even we get to the point of adoption of these rules and 3 months later, they're no longer necessary, we will have not harmed the previous existing programs. Everything will go back to the way they were. These rules, worst case scenario, may become obsolete, and we could repeal them at a future rule readoption process. But the alternative of not having these rules available would be something that the regulated community would, we hope, not be in favor of. It would put them back in a situation that we really didn't enjoy having last year. With that, I will request that the EMC approve to proceed to public notice and public hearing with the draft proposed permanent rules, the O2H 1400 section, and a draft proposed amendment to O2H 1301. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sue, that is an amazing tour de force of a presentation. Commissioner Harris, do you have any would like to make a comment here?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's open it up then for questions.
This is Suzanne Lazoric. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to ask, since I was the hearing officer on the temporary rules, I just wanted to give credit to Sue for that thorough review and for the work the division has done on answering some of the questions that I know. I mean, there's just a lot of places there isn't data, and you did a good job, trying to answer what you could. And after there's room for other questions and discussion, I'll be prepared to make a motion.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Steve King.
Yes, Steve.
Yes, the report by Sue and Danny and staff and putting this together and getting in the weeds with the mapping piece, that the regulatory analysis and get into the environmental impact analysis, but the economic impact analysis that I know DOT does a lot of, other than just the environmental part and regulatory, but getting into the commerce and stakeholders on mapping is a concern of mine when it relates to airports and airstrips, mega sites that commerce has identified in the state and is still looking to be more regionalized than just county to county. So in particular, the mapping in the eastern part of the state. So I just appreciate all of the work that Sue has done with the questioning and concerns of the mapping process. Even in the case by case basis that was mentioned in this analysis that we're putting forward, for stakeholders to understand that everybody has a plate has a place at the table. And I think this will get better as we go on. As Sue had mentioned, as we can get the mapping more of what potential projects and potential stakeholders have in looking at growing North Carolina and where they will locate. It just makes it easier if you can identify these areas beforehand instead of having built out something and looking to expand and finding yourself in a situation where if you would have known this in the beginning and where this was geographically and topo, that it would have saved a lot of headache. But I thank you, Sue, for doing this work.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. Other questions?
Marion Deerhake, I'll just ask a procedural question of council. We thank Vice Chair Lazort for her offer to make a motion, but council, are we required to put this through the motion from the committee since it was first heard in committee? Vice Chair Lazort could certainly second it.
If there was much of a difference between what the committee did, which was to move forward to the EMC, to move the question forward with the recommendation. Do I recall that incorrectly? Do you recall?
That's right. I think the bylaws let us do it either way. I don't think we're required to go through committee.
That's what I thought. I think the answer to the question is no, it doesn't have to come from the committee chair.
I'm happy to step aside and second for the have the committee come first though.
Mine is more of a technical question comment. I do have some questions on the financial impact analysis. I don't think they're substantial enough to derail whatever process is about to happen on the vote. But I would like to both compliment and offer to share some discussions with Sue and especially Julie on some questions on that financial impact analysis. It may get questions in the public comment, and but I do want to say thank you to Sue, but especially to Julie. She always does good work on the background stuff, and Sue gave her a lot of credit, but it looks like her fingerprints are on probably a record regulatory impact analysis for something of this magnitude. So I thank Julie in particular too. So
thank you very much, Commissioner Solomon. I have to echo that that sentiment. Well, who would like to make the motion then?
Chairman, our Vice Chair Water Quality Committee Chair was prepared to make the motion. If Commissioner Harris would like to do that.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go ahead. I'd like to move to proceed to public notice and hearing with the proposed permanent rules 15A and CAC 02H 1401 through 1405 discharges to federally non-jurisdictional wetlands and federally non-jurisdictional classified surface waters, and permanent rule amendments for 15A NCAC 02H 1301, discharges to isolated wetlands, and isolated waters, purpose and scope.
And this
And
is
do-
Suzanne Lazarek. I'll second.
Marvelous. Well, let me proceed to go ahead and call the roll, if I will. This is to send
Comments on the
forward.
motion?
Pardon?
Comments on the motion?
Oh, yes. Fire away.
No,
Fire away.
I was only going to say, while I think the work that they've tried to do recently has been reasonable, I do still think this is outside our purview as an EMC. I think it belongs with the General Assembly or with the federal system. We were told earlier this was not a federal issue, and now we're told it looks like it is a federal issue and it's in federal court. And the Corps having to make determinations about connectivity and isolated wetlands and waters of the U.S. again. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like we're premature in what we're doing. I do appreciate what they tried to do before was the pattern of these like the isolated wetlands issues. But again, the General Assembly chose not to regulate these back in 2015. And as it turns out, the urgency, we've only had 2 applications for these emergency rules since they were so urgent and patterned after something else, a piece of legislation, not a rule. The rule is a result of legislation. And now we're here tightening them down again because of comments from the public, which again, I believe that the comments of the public are at the ballot box and that our rulemaking needs to follow the laws of the state more. So I think the places to tighten up the regulatory standards and do these wetlands is probably at the General Assembly. And I do believe there's a federal issue that needs to be resolved before we go too quickly into these. So with that, I'm just going to say, I think some folks have tried to do some good work here, but I just think we're heading in the wrong direction. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just this is Commissioner Carter. I wasn't able to get off mute a minute ago. I had a question asked, but
yeah.
Commissioner Solomon may have just answered it. I was simply going to ask, what has been the experience so far under the temporary rules? I heard him reference only 2 applications. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, because the deemed permitted thresholds are sufficiently high, we understand there are projects that move forward that do not need to apply to the division. We don't have a number for those because we have no way of tracking them. Just based on the involvement we had early on with projects that were telling us they were on hold, they were able to move forward under the deemed permitted thresholds. So the reason we don't have applications is not because the projects aren't there, it's because the temporary rules have thresholds high enough that they were able to proceed without review and approval from the division.
Okay, but all right, that's very interesting because am I not correct that the thresholds under the permanent rules would be much lower?
Yes.
That is how they are proposed, yes.
Yeah. So that's going to bring presumably a bunch more into the system, it sounds like, into the permitting system.
Well, and I'll add, Commissioner Carter, since we're on the motion here, I will say that it's probably, I think Ms. Homewood make the good observation. The developers are used to working around it. It will create a burden for developers. It's probably going to mean a big impact to the DOT is where it's going to happen. But I think it will impact developers too. But it will definitely hit the DOT perhaps in some of their stuff, or local governments doing roadway projects. So, and Commissioner Carter, that's just why I just think we're out front too far. I think we're out front too far.
Well, no, I hear you on that. I guess at this point, my view is that it sounds like we do need public input on this. So I guess at this point, I believe we probably should go ahead and go to public notice on this and see what kind of input we get. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Moving ahead on the vote then. Commissioner Anderson. This is to move to public notice and hearing. Thank you. Commissioner Arata.
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Aye.
Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner King,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazoric,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams,
Aye.
Commissioner Monist,
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon.
No.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes. I will note a couple of things that there is, and Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Bailey may agree with this or not, but as attorneys, but it seems to me, in my experience in the environmental area, there is no more convoluted set of jurisprudence anywhere in environmental law than about the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act. But this has been before the Supreme Court at least 3 times in the last 20 years, and none of which seems to ever resolve anything. And I'm actually I think one of the best reasons that was articulated in the regulatory impact analysis for moving ahead with this is in fact, vast uncertainty that that jurisdiction created. And Sue mentioned that here we are in a situation where any district court in the United States has the ability to do what the district court out in Arizona did. And you have district courts that have conflicting opinions. The Supreme Court took on that question. They said, sorry, that's the way the law is written. Hopefully someday when the Clean Water Act does a complete reauthorization, they'll fix this in terms of jurisdiction for rules of national applicability, but it's not there now. It's really a mess. So I actually think it is a very positive step for the state to take to move forward with a set of rules that can give the kind of certainty and consistency, and recognize that the principles of wetlands, which were incorporated already in state law, is avoid, minimize, and mitigate, and that's the principles that this rule seems to embody. So I commend the commission on its action here, and I am pleased to report that Commissioner Monist has agreed to serve as the hearing officer on this particular rule. So Commissioner Monist, thank you for doing that, and I know that we'll move quickly to try to stay stay consistent with our timeline on this expedited activity. So thank you all very much, and I'm going to recommend that we take a 10-minute break since we've been going at this for 2.5 hours, and I'll pick up and resume in about 10 minutes. And reconvene if we can and get started. I think I see pretty much everybody back on the screen. So let's go ahead and get started with our next item. And the next item is number 21-26, which is to review the draft Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, the 2021 amendment with recommended action. And the presenters on this will be Ann Deaton and Jimmy Johnson. And I think Commissioners Anderson and Commissioner Bailey have also been very involved with as our representatives to the Coastal Commission. Am I getting that right? And so Commissioner Bailey, if I've got that name wrong, then you should please correct me. But both of our two commissioners have been very much involved with this Coastal Habitat Protection Plan and discussion there. And so I welcome them to interject at any point with their observations and comments. But this was discussed yesterday as well at the Water Quality Committee meeting. So committee members will find some of this familiar. But with that, Jimmy and Ann, why don't I turn it over to you?
Thank you very much, Chairman Myberg, and good morning to the commissioners. And you are correct, Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Bailey both have been very much involved in this process through the CHIP Steering Committee that they serve on, which is made up of 2 commissioners from each of the 3 regulatory commissions that have oversight with regards to the coastal habitat protection.
Thank you. That's the CHIP Steering Committee. Thank you for correcting my mislabeling.
Perfectly fine. I understand about all the acronyms.
But today we're here to provide a summary of the draft Coastal Habitat Protection Plan amendment. And we are asking that you all grant permission to take this document out for public comment. The Marine Fisheries Commission has already agreed to that, and we will present this to the Coastal Resources Commission next week. This was a total group effort from many people across multiple divisions within DEQ, as well as assistance from other departments, the North Carolina Agriculture Department, as well as a number of researchers. You have been provided the draft in your mail out materials. And today we're going to be going over the recommended actions in the draft. And we're trying to get your input regarding those recommendations and ensure that everyone is comfortable with sending this document out for public comment. Okay, Ann. Just as a quick refresher, the 2016 CHIP source document has not changed, and it will continue to serve as the science document for this amendment. We have decided with this amendment to focus on 5 priority issues, which the EMC has had presentations regarding in previous meetings. This document, the amendment, includes some very specific actions, and I want to assure you that oyster restoration continues to remain a high priority, but that is going to be addressed through the North Carolina Coastal Federation's Oyster Blueprint and the North Carolina Oyster Steering Committee. You'll recall that for those of you that have been around a while, the CHIP originated out of the Fisheries Reform Act of 1997 due to concerns over declining fish stocks and the need to address habitat and water quality in order to improve those fish stocks. However, in addition to healthy fisheries, there are a number of other benefits to healthy. There are a number of other benefits that go along with healthy fish habitats and water quality. And the healthy habitats provide ecosystem services such as water filtration and erosion control, and also flood control. And these services help to sustain the coastal tourism economy, the fishing industry, and also they help to build coastal community resilience. Okay, Ann.
All right, at this point, I know you all are very familiar with the 6 fish habitats that we categorize in the Coastal Habitat Plan and their value to fish populations and to people. We have wetlands, submerged aquatic vegetation, oyster reefs, and ocean hard bottom that provide structure for small fish, juvenile fish at in different locations of our estuary. And we also have our soft bottom and water column, which occur throughout the system, varying in their character depending on the conditions and the salinity. The 5 issue papers in this amendment have elements that will benefit all of these habitats, directly or indirectly. You will notice in this amendment that there is an emphasis on water quality improvement. This was intentional due to the strong influence water quality has on fish and habitat condition and some concerning trends. So the first issue paper is SAV protection and restoration through water quality improvement. This was selected as a priority for the plan because of its critical importance to fishery species, the ecosystem services it provides, and concern due to evidence of decline. It's well documented that water quality is the greatest threat to SAV, particularly nutrients and sediment. There are multiple land use sources that contribute to that decline, stormwater runoff being one of the most significant. Climate change is a major concern as well. Temperature increases could impact some of the species of grass that occur in North Carolina. An increased runoff from storm events could further decline our water clarity. In North Carolina, there are 2 types of SAV communities. the high salinity or seagrasses occur behind the barrier islands. They are particularly at risk due to climate change, due to storms and changes in temperature and salinity. The low salinity seagrasses or submerged aquatic vegetation occur in Albemarle, Currituck Sounds, and Tarpam, Neuse Rivers. These grasses are more impacted right now by eutrophication, and so we've seen large losses in this community type. And so you've had background on all of the issue papers at previous meetings, but you haven't seen the recommendations, draft recommendations at this point. So I'll be going over the recommendations for each issue paper. You'll notice that they're color coded. So on this slide, gray is for the department to be the lead. Yellow is for Division of Energy and Minerals and Land Resources. And so in addition to the color, it's in the left column of who the primary lead would be. But many of these are collaborative, and a lead is just one partner in the picture to make it happen. So in the SAV issue paper, there are 9 recommended actions, and there are also additional research needs. We're not going to go over the research needs, although they are included in your briefing material. So 4.1 is just to simply secure adequate funding to monitor SAV and the water quality to assess their status. So we timed this hopefully to work out with the next legislative session to seek funding, the long session. The last item I'll point out, because it is DMLR, it's a work group. We put DMLR as the lead, but it would be many agencies to help increase the use of BMPs that benefit water quality. So nature-based BMPs. This could require more money for the soil and water conservation districts for that type of cost share program. And it could involve outreach, but it's just to get people together to start figuring out how to increase these voluntary BMPs. So the next 3 actions would potentially lead to rulemaking. And so we put DWR, but also EMC as the lead here. These 3 actions are about developing or modifying water quality standards that will protect SAV, working through an existing process. DWR is already working with Nutrient Criteria Development Plan Scientific Advisory Council to develop nutrient criteria for the Chowan and Albemarle Sound. So we've been participating in that effort, and they are really focusing on water quality improvements that will ensure that SAV could continue and recover in that system. So the first 4.7 is for the Nutrient Criteria Development Plan, or NCDP, SAC, Scientific Advisory Council, to evaluate recommending to the EMC a water quality standard for light penetration. And then 4.8 is similar, but it's to evaluate chlorophyll A water quality standards. There is a standard, but maybe it needs to be lower so that SAV would receive enough light to continue to grow. And then 4.9 is for the EMC to enact rulemaking process to adopt scientifically defensible nitrogen or phosphorus criteria as recommended through the NCDP process. So because that is underway, we don't have the specifics on what level would be needed and if all of those would actually even be needed. So they're working hard on that, and we really appreciate the work that they are doing. So this method of these standards has been successfully used in the Chesapeake and Tampa Bay to reduce their nutrient loading, which allowed a really tremendous recovery of the seagrass and SAV in those systems. So we are feeling pretty positive that this is a good approach that we could be successful at. Next, we have mapping and monitoring actions. There are several of these. I mean, first is to just get in place a full-scale assessment program for SAV mapping on a regular interval. And then at the same time, you also have to do your water quality monitoring. So 4.6 is for DWR to evaluate whether they could incorporate some more shallow water sites where SAV occurs, so that we would have data about water quality, where the SAV is or was. So that is the last of the recommended actions for submerged aquatic vegetation. Hear me?
Like the submerged aquatic vegetation, wetlands are critical for fish production, but they're also the most important, probably the most important fish habitat for improving water quality from runoff and protecting property from erosion, and also, again, increasing coastal community resilience. The wetland issue paper goes over the extent of documented losses and gains, sources of that change, and it also reviews new strategies to protect and restore wetlands using nature-based methods. This includes strategies such as living shorelines, nature-based stormwater BMPs and low-impact development, hydrologic restoration through the reversing of ditching and draining, especially in a lot of our more coastal counties, and then thin layer sediment dispersal to help wetlands keep up with sea level rise, and then preserving wetlands as greenways and as parks is also an important tool that we have. Ann?
All right, so there's 10 recommended actions in the wetland issue paper. Starting with 5.1 through 5.3, these are about mapping and monitoring. There's a need for updated wetland maps, as you just heard. There are so many benefits to this, not only for helping you understand the permitting side of it, but it can help us assess where to prioritize nature-based projects, where living shorelines would be most suitable, where to focus restoration efforts on, where we're losing wetlands, and where we could be strategically setting aside areas for marsh migration. So we'll have marsh will be sustainable given sea level rise in the future. So these mapping actions would require an interagency approach. So DWR is not in DMLR, they're not listed as a lead. It would be multiple agencies. I will note it's about getting maps that are more accurate in a faster way. So there are many new technologies that we learned about over this process. And we've talked with university staff at Duke Marine Lab. We are very optimistic that we could get, NOAA has suggested they could do a pilot project for North Carolina and get 1 meter resolution maps of the wetlands in North Carolina if we can, contribute matching funds. So that's really an important goal that would help a lot of different agencies. Then we have 3 conservation related actions. The first is to work with the legislative liaisons to try and get more funding into the 3 state conservation trust funds that North Carolina has, because that's a great way to purchase wetlands and marsh corridors to protect those wetlands. And then 5.6 and 5.7 are about working with Department of Defense Southeastern Partnership for Planning and Sustainability, or SURPASS, to help develop a Southeast Regional Marsh Conservation Plan, which would be the framework for reaching the 1 million acre salt marsh conservation initiative goal. Then there are a few related actions to restoration and living shorelines. On this slide, I would point out that 5.9 would require Division of Mitigation Services to be involved. That action is for the department to determine if living shoreline projects could be built in a manner that qualifies for salt marsh or nutrient mitigation credits. And this came up because we learned that this is already being done in Virginia. So we would seek out input from the other agencies and Division of Mitigation Services to see if this could be done in North Carolina. And then 5.10 has DMLR as the lead, but it would involve multiple agencies to just simply increase education and outreach and training to a wide variety of folks on nature-based stormwater and watershed management strategies. All right, Jimmy.
The next issue is environmental rule compliance to protect our coastal habitats. And this primarily focuses on permits related to 404 wetlands and stormwater BMP compliance. The issue paper reviews known compliance rates among divisions and it shows how having additional staff to conduct periodic site visits could go a long way towards reducing unauthorized wetland and water quality impacts. It's been proven that knowing someone could potentially be watching you or that you are subject to inspections at any time helps with rule compliance, and that is something that we have shown in this issue paper that is very much needed.
All right, so to get some improvement in this area, we have 5 recommended actions. 6.1 and 2 are seeking funding to increase staffing in DWR and DMLR to allow compliance monitoring. Mostly this involves 404 wetland impacts rather than your coastal wetlands. Things like buffers, as well as stormwater structures and sediment and erosion control. And 6.3 to 6.5 are to simply increase outreach so public is more aware of the rules for erosion control, allowable wetland impacts, and how to maintain their stormwater structures. I know that they already do this, but there's obviously a need to do some more. Jimmy?
Wastewater infrastructure solutions for water quality improvement is the next issue. Inflow and infiltration, or I&I, is prevalent in the coastal plains and along our coastal counties, and it's a leading cause of sewer system breaks and spills. Raw sewage, as you can imagine, causes acute water quality problems and issues, and climate change is only going to exacerbate that problem even more with sea level rise and with rising water tables, which puts a lot of our infrastructure, stormwater and sewage collection systems, the infrastructure underwater. And water quality can definitely be enhanced by repairing and maintaining the failing wastewater infrastructure in a lot of our counties in eastern North Carolina.
Right. Now there are 5 recommended actions regarding this issue. So while EMC and DWR are responsible for the permitting, the initial permitting of wastewater facilities, the State Water Infrastructure Authority, or SWIA, provides funding for maintenance and improvements to them. And there's a Division of Water Infrastructure, as you probably know, that serves as a staff for the authority. So the first one would be to ask, would be for the department to ask that the funding programs under the purview of SWIA can give some additional priority in their ranking of projects for coastal projects that are threatening and then therefore will be benefiting from improvements that are near sensitive estuarine waters, such as our primary nursery areas or outstanding resource waters or impaired waters. 7.2 is related to DWR, and that is to develop incentives and strategies to maintain the wastewater infrastructure. We know it's a difficult problem, but we can try and figure out some incentives they have done incentives in the past that have been successful. And 7.3 is actually for many agencies, not just DWR, but to work with the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency, NCORE, and local governments in the coastal counties to develop some strategies to flood-proof the wastewater infrastructure and maybe even relocate where structures are just being impacted by storms and then having breaks. And then there are two potential rulemaking actions. DWR will evaluate modifying requirements for all or a subset of the deemed permitted collection systems. As you know, these are the smaller systems with an average daily flow of less than 200,000 gallons per day. So the staff would look at additional requirements, possibly, such as having an operator in responsible charge being required, or annual pipe cleaning. Right now, because they're deemed permitted, they don't have any of those requirements, although they are required for other larger systems. And those are great ways to catch problems early on or prevent them.
The final issue that's addressed in the amendment specifically has to do with mapping and monitoring. There is very limited long-term funded habitat monitoring programs that are ongoing currently in our coastal counties, and regular monitoring is needed to know the status of all of these habitats and where the target actions need to be applied. It's also important that we know how successful what we have already tried, how it's working, and if it's not working, we need to know what needs to be changed. So it's important for us to be able to establish some long-term monitoring programs in the coastal counties. And
okay, so there are 6 recommended actions in this issue paper, and most of these DWR and DMLR are not the leads. So 8.1 is to establish an interagency work group by habitat type to determine some standard parameters to monitor. And once that's established for each of the habitats, we can move toward getting those implemented on a regular basis. So while DWR and DMLR aren't the leads, that participation would be really critical for the wetlands, the water column, and SAV as well. And then 8.2 is to develop a document once you have some of that monitoring data so that we can communicate to the public what the ecosystem status is. Okay, so for mapping and monitoring, we have 8.3, 8.4, and 8.6 that involve water quality or benthic monitoring needs, such as evaluating where there are spatial gaps that the division might be able to add some stations or relocate some to get some additional information in estuarine waters. There's also, okay, and then also, I'm sorry, I was going to mention, you may have noticed you haven't heard a lot about SAV and wetland monitoring in this chapter because those were already the ones that are in the those issue papers have the monitoring actions for those 2 habitats. So these 5 issue papers may not seem at first glance as to be related, but they really are. So if we implement the recommended actions in the compliance and the wetlands issue papers, we should reduce impacts to wetlands and even increase wetlands through the wetland IP. And that in turn could improve water quality, which in turn will help the seagrass. And in addition, the wastewater issue paper will aid water quality as well, also benefiting SAV. And then the mapping and monitoring issue paper will help us understand habitat trends and help us target where future actions are needed. So the overall goal for these collective actions is to have healthy habitats and more fish, and at the same time increase coastal resilience. And it's important to know that protecting and restoring our coastal habitats, it is a need-based solution that we've been hearing more about that can reduce climate change impacts, and therefore it increases coastal community resilience. So today we're here to ask the EMC for approval to take the draft amendment and the appendix out for public comment. We also want to point out that the appendix includes early public comment we received from a stakeholder work group. The group was organized by North Carolina Coastal Federation and Pew Charitable Trust with the approval of the Coastal Habitat Steering Committee. The purpose was to develop some cross-cutting voluntary water quality recommendations that would be beneficial for coastal habitats and relevant to the issue papers in this amendment. Their summary report was presented to the CHIP Steering Committee at their last meeting, and the steering committee then directed our team to include the report in the appendix so that the public can see that and weigh in on those recommendations as well as those in Chapter 9 of the CHIP amendment. So it's basically early public comment that we've included in the back in the appendix. So with that, we can take any questions or have any discussion. And again, I think Jimmy mentioned CRC is September 15th, and it would be after that that we would be able to go and start the public comment.
Well, Ann and Jimmy, thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. And before we open it up for general comment, I wanted to ask Commissioner Anderson or Commissioner Bailey if they had any particular comments they would like to make as our representatives on the CHIP Steering Committee.
And this is David. I have nothing to add to Jimmy or Ann's presentation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Bailey?
I just wanted to thank them for a good presentation, and I don't think this was covered thoroughly, but maybe Jimmy or Ann can go over how much they worked with the department on these recommendations, because a lot of it has to do with they obviously have to do with department employees carrying out some of these things. So could you talk about meetings that you had with the different DEQ people?
Sure. We have worked closely with all of the agencies within DEQ that have oversight with regards to Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. They had a lot of input into helping to write and edit the issue papers themselves, and from those issue papers, the recommendations came about. Many of the recommendations came directly from the agency staff people that worked with us. And besides the steering committee, we also have a CHIP team, which is made up of the DEQ staff, and they met separate from you all in the steering committee. And so a lot of these recommendations came through that process as well. And then go ahead.
I was just going to add, we did send the draft, when it was the complete draft, to the directors for review and to the department for review.
Thank you. I think that's important for everybody to understand, that these aren't being imposed in a vacuum. And I also wanted to point out that during this whole process, we had a lot of scientists that gave our input, and some of the information, a lot of the information is massive, and it's seeing where we are with mapping is really important, and then to get some more money and funding to be able to continue doing that work, I think is important for the future of our coastal habitat areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Questions?
Just a comment. This is Steve King, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner King.
just following up on the last comment from Yvonne or Commissioner Bailey, I apologize. The 260 or 70 pages of an amendment is quite an amendment. I don't have any grave concern about that, but I did want to make a point that I noticed it was supported by scientists in some different arenas, but I think it's an opportunity for us to dive into the UNC system for scientists. And I didn't see a lot of that. And I would hope maybe if this moves forward that we could reach out and to the UNC system itself and find those scientists to bring in their expertise. And one other thing too, you mentioned, Jimmy, I think, or maybe Ann, marine fisheries have already seen this. Can you tell me just 1 minute how they received this? Was there any opposition or concerns that we should know about?
No, sir. They received it pretty much as it was presented to them. I don't remember any significant questions about any of the recommendations or the timeline with regards to when those tasks are scheduled to be accomplished or implemented. We did change a lot of the wording on the recommendations so that rather than having something to be completed by 2022 or 2023, we changed it to where that something would be started. But marine fisheries, there was very little discussion after the presentation.
Yeah, that was my concern with this piece, is that the dates, the 2022 to 23, it sort of, these were, is it a map? Is it sort of a way to go about this further as we look into it? It did not say shall, it said will. It didn't say may, it said will. And that was sort of a question mark, is how we go forward with the EMC marine fisheries. And you're saying they will do this in 22 and they will do it in 23.
Most of the time when you see that, it's they will begin to do something rather than they will have it already completed.
Gotcha. Okay. That's all,
And
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I do think that's an important point. That, none of this is to be, well, a lot of it is just starting the process by certain dates rather than having the process completed by those dates.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jimmy. I do think it's an opportunity, but Mr. Chairman, for the UNC system to bring those scientists in, we have a huge inventory there. And that's a good point for resources too, for the financial piece.
Yeah, to that point, we do utilize them very heavily. Dr. Pearl, Nathan Hall, a lot of we had 2 different seminars with wetlands and SAV, and we pulled a lot of those experts in from the university system. But we do work closely, especially with the folks down in Morehead City, just because of their convenience.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Bailey. And then Commissioner Carter has his hand up, so I want to make sure to call on him. Or Ann, that was you. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was just going to add one little thing. And I looked at my notes from the MFC meeting, and they were all supportive in this. And Commissioner Romano said that he thought that, well, he stated everyone agrees that water quality is the problem. I was just, he has the constructive steps toward improving that. So right now, our commissioners are very worried about water quality because it's affecting several of the commercial fishing members. So I was just going to let you know that that is how they're, what they their comments were.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter. Oh, maybe that's not a hand up. Commissioner Carter, did you wish to make a comment? Okay, I think maybe that's a different signal that I'm seeing on my screen. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Solomon will make one, a couple.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
I've got to say hey to Ann and Jimmy. Hello, Ann and Jimmy. How are y'all?
Doing well, Commissioner. Hope you are.
Again, I think a great job on this. As you guys know, I studied it and tear it apart and all that. And I still do to compliment you. It's probably the single best environmental document that we produce as a state. And I recommend it to people if you want to understand all the diversity of issues. This one gets as close to tying it all together as any one we do. So good work there. Two things I think that I just throw out as comments, I guess, questions too. I did notice the Appendix A, and I thought there may be more conversation. It seems like there's a lot of conversation about climate change and inland effects, like from nutrients. But I thought you may have more stuff in climate change on saltwater wedges, stratification, wind, because no matter how much, and y'all know this better than anybody, no matter how much we do, we're still going to have fish kills as saltwater rides in and out and things stratify, and it's only going to get worse. So I think it's you talk about it in section 5.2 and 8.2, but it just didn't come out as a recommendation anywhere, either in Appendix A or in recommendations to really educate the public on whether it's climate change or just the issues we've been dealing with for 300 years in the state. We're probably never going to get away from hypoxia and massive fish kills from wind and saltwater intrusion. So I just think it's worth not losing in the discussion about what we can do and what we can't do. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, but I think it's important to talk about from the C side of things, if you will, the sound side of things. The other comment I would make would be, I really don't agree with most of your wastewater recommendations. You guys know I sat on SWIA for 2 terms and was fundamental in getting the priority system going. I think for every argument we make for more funding on the coast, we can make the same argument in the mountains. And there's just not enough money, period. So I know you need a disproportionate amount, and I'm a coastal guy, so I agree with you on all that. But I think those are, you got to put it in your report, but I don't think you're going to get preferential treatment. And then related to that, on the collection system permits, most states don't have a collection system permit anyway. We are one of the few that do. And I just don't, we could talk offline. I just don't think that I is a big deal and 100,000 gallons. It just, the water's coming in and diluting things in the plant, making the plant work harder. But if people are spilling raw sewage, you've got other vehicles in place now to deal with that. So I just make those comments on the wastewater side. But I agree with almost everything you put in there. And I just say good work again and leave you with those 2 comments or thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to mention that there's a chapter on climate change, and that chapter is just more informative. It doesn't have recommended actions in it per se, but it kind of references the EO80 documents that were done.
Yeah, it's just section 5.2, and you do a good job. And then 8 is always where you do the water column discussion about the stratification and migration. It just doesn't quite get in the recommendations.
Right.
I mean, if we could spend a bunch of money on nutrients, and I agree with that, but you're still not going to totally eliminate fish kills because of, and they're going to get worse because of climate change. And it didn't strike me in the recommendation there was an education piece or anything on that.
Yeah. So the whole idea with resiliency is, you can't prevent, problems happening with climate change. But if you said you have a hurricane and you went into it with healthy system to start, then it'll bounce back quicker. So that's the best we can do, is to start out healthier and stronger so that we rebound a little, quicker.
Right. Got it.
But,
okay. Thank you.
Point noted.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. Other questions or comments?
This is Suzanne Lazoric, if I may.
Yes.
I had the same question about dates. I don't know if it came sort of loud and clear to me when it said like by 2022 or 2023. Did you mean January 1 or, December 30th? And so if there could just be a general statement in there somewhere to clarify for the future. But my bigger question is, in places where it says seek funding, where or when, what's the plan to do the work to actually put a dollar figure on these? Because these are very big things. And do you already have advocates, as I assume you mean like a legislative allocation? Do you already have advocates to begin seeking that on a state level? Because a lot of these depend on that money, and it's not going to be a small number. So I was just curious about that.
In terms of seeking funding, usually that means it depends. It can be grant related, depends on which one it is. But in some, like the SAV mapping, the problem we've had is we've been piecing together funds, and then we can't do an adequate job everywhere. So, I mean, that would require working through the department's legislative liaison, and they can, talk to the legislature. We don't do that. So if there's others that support that issue, they can do that. But
it just seems like it's going to be a critical step in actually putting a dollar figure, because if you need that money in a year or two, now is the time to have a budget and to start to plan that. And then my only other follow-up is the comment about support from the Marine Fisheries Commission. And I live on the coast, so it doesn't surprise me that they say the problem is water quality. I mean, we need to address fisheries also, what they actually do with the fish once they're in the water and managing the fishery. But it doesn't surprise me that they don't mention that. So anyway.
Well, okay. Yeah, anyway.
I would assume, I would hope that in the report that there is some balance on that, I don't think that saying that water quality is a problem means that you don't also need to manage the fishery, and that marine fisheries will be fully aware of that.
Yeah, and absolutely, that's something they have authority to control, which was the problem. Like, they could control fish regulations, but they couldn't control anything else, and they felt more needed to be done to help the fish population. It had to be all the tripod, all three: fish, habitat, water quality, and fisheries management. So
excellent. Other questions? Hearing none, I had a couple of comments, and I'll basically, Jimmy and Ann, just repeat the comments I made yesterday. And one is that this is obviously, and to agree with Commissioner Solomon, this is a very comprehensive and ambitious plan, and it's an ambition that is commensurate with the importance of the issue. But it's something that's really critical to the future of the eastern part of the state. So that is all very good. Having said that, you've given DEQ a lot of work to do. And I think the comments that several people made with regard to clarity on exactly what timelines you're talking about and what the start date, what's an end date, would an area where I hope that Demler and Division of Water Resources and maybe even other parts of DEQ will comment on and with some additional precision in the review of the plan as it goes out to public comment. The second comment I had was that the importance that this comes across in here about having data-driven plans, and to have data-driven plans, you got to have data. This has come up again and again. It came up in the Pasquotank discussion today and the White Oak discussion that we had yesterday, and so that it's really critical that I wanted to put sort of an emphasis on that, and to encourage you to work as you're already doing with other partners, including citizen science groups and federal agencies along the lines of SURPASS, so that whatever data we have and can be gathered can be collected as cost effectively as possible. Then the third comment is there was a discussion yesterday about BMPs, and I encouraged the report not to rush to conclusions about what may be obstacles to more widespread adoption of BMPs, and to do a thoughtful analysis about that. The fourth comment was to commend you for considering the nutrient development criteria program and following some of the Chesapeake Bay and Tampa Bay examples. Those have produced some really good results in other parts of the country, and hopefully there'll be lessons we can learn from that. And then the last one is simply on the infrastructure point. I have a lot of sympathy with Commissioner Solomon's point, and the only good news is that we appear to have at the federal level a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get additional funding for infrastructure, and it's hopefully not too soon to start thinking about how that can best be utilized, but that's a statewide conversation, not just a chip conversation, but that may at least offer some hope for resources to come in that area that we haven't seen in a long time, and that might be an opportunity. So those were my particular comments. And I don't need any response to any of those. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Chairman Myberg, Marion Deerhake.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Deerhake.
Yes. As Commissioner Harris will tell you, we did hear this yesterday, and she can report on that. I would say that it would be most useful for probably Ms. Higgins and the planning group and Division of Water Resources if they could go through that document and parse out the EMC action items and put it together in a general plan to help us and guide us in scheduling and looking at what information needs and staff resources are needed to work toward those recommendations. That would be most useful.
Commissioner Deerhake, that sounds like a great idea, and I'm assuming that's something that can be done in parallel with sending the plan out for public comment.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will add, we already have a spreadsheet where we break it so it can be sorted out by who it does, you know, who's the lead on that. So I'll work with Karen. Karen was on the CHIP team, so I'll get with her on that. Great idea.
Thank you. All right, do I hear a motion on this? And the motion would be to approve the taking the draft plan out for public comment.
This is Commissioner Bailey. I so move.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Keene. So we have a motion and a second. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Anderson.
I approve.
Commissioner Arata.
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake.
Aye.
Commissioner Harris.
Aye.
Commissioner Keene.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazorick.
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams.
Aye.
Commissioner Monist.
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon.
Aye.
All right, we have a vote. We have a unanimous vote to take this out to public comment. I am certain, Jimmy and Ann, that we'll be hearing from you repeatedly and again over the next few years as this thing moves through the planning process and gets comment, and that DEQ will be heavily involved in the review and in processing of comments and consideration of those as this amendment moves forward. So thank you very much for all the time and energy you spent to get this thing going, and we'll look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is to, let's see, number 21-27, which is to request approval to proceed to public hearing on groundwater classifications and standards. And this, Rick, I believe, Rick Bolick, I think you are the presenter on this one. And let's see, I believe this is, I'm embarrassed to admit I can't remember exactly which committee this came from. Yvonne, whether this was yours or whether this was Marion's.
Yes, this is my committee.
Okay, very good. Do you have any comments you'd like to make before Rick makes his presentation?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. Well, Rick, the show is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Myberg and the rest of the commissioners. Let me try to put this up, get this in presentation mode. So what I'm going to present to you is a brief summary of the groundwater rules, the 2L 0100 rules, and we're requesting permission from the commission to proceed to public hearings on these. So the purpose of the presentation I'm giving is just to give you an in-depth summary of our proposed changes and to ask the commission again to proceed to public hearing. So in overview, we're really not proposing any major changes to the current current 2L 0100 rules. These are the backbone groundwater protection rules for the state of North Carolina. They've stood the test of time very well. Most recently, they were instrumental in helping us with the Duke Energy cleanups and helping out with the Chemours issue with related to groundwater quality. So we don't really see any need to muck around in that too much. Most of our revisions, you'll see if you look at the red line version, it looks like there's a lot of red lines, but most of those are reorganization and clarifications. Again, there have been no significant impacts noted from both the regulated community and for the state or agencies. So this readoption process is just part of what is required under general statute. And at this time, we're just talking about the 2L0100, the general considerations at this time. So here's a summary of our actions to date, where we are, how we got to where we are today. So we've had internal review by all affected divisions. That's been completed. We also put these out for external review by stakeholders and interested parties back in December, and sent out to DEQ stakeholder lists, government and industry groups, environmental consultants, the PG and soil scientist boards, and other environmental groups. We got 3 entities that commented on the rules, proposed rules, and that was SCLC, Clean Water for North Carolina, and the Division of Waste Management's UST section. The RRC completed their pre-review in February of this year. The regulatory impact analysis was approved in May of this year, and we recently got permission from the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee to proceed to present this to you all. But that was just the last meeting in July. So I'm going to go through these relatively quickly, but I'll get into some detail about them. So in the 2L0100, the 0102, the definitions part, we added definitions for the following terms which weren't there previously, and that is active remediation, anthropogenic background, threshold values, and unfortunately I can't see the rest of the slides on this, but also administrative officer, the compliance zone, constituents of interest, licensed soil scientists, limits of quantitation, methods of detection, I believe, and just define the secretary and their designee, and also define the waste disposal system to help clarify the application of compliance boundary. We also, in 102 and 29, added waters of the state as defined under general statute to the definition of receptor. In 0104 of the rules, it speaks of the restricted designation, the RS designation, and we attempted to clarify that the RS designation is a land use restriction rather than a groundwater classification, because only the EMC can designate groundwater classifications. That was not clear in the previous version of the rule. We also clarified that the RS designation only for certain corrective action methods. One of those, of course, is risk-based corrective action, excuse me, and areas of contamination that are remain after termination of active corrective action, and also where a variance has been granted. And in 104F, we clarified what documentation is required of an applicant for this RS designation. We also clarified that the process for recordation and application and removal of the RS designation has to be in accordance with the general statute. We also clarified again that the RS can also be removed if groundwater is reclassified by the commission. In 0106 of the 0100 rules, we reorganized this section substantially, but there are no substantial changes to the content. We retitled this to initial response, site assessment, and corrective action for clarification. We believe that title describes what's in this section better than just corrective action. So the language now reads a little bit more step by step in terms of the process that were outlined in 106. We moved the monitoring and reporting parts of this 0106 section to rules 110 and 111, and I'll get into those in a little bit later. In corrective action 106, we also stated that the director may require groundwater modeling. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm trying to struggle through where the video is showing up and my presentation is blocking some of the text. So this states that the director may require groundwater modeling to determine if there will be a violation of groundwater standards at the compliance boundary. And this decision would be based on data trends, geologic and hydrogeologic conditions, and also the spacing between the review and the compliance boundaries. So for context, the two boundaries that we're talking about that are applicable to permitted facilities are the review and compliance boundaries. The compliance boundary is that boundary at which groundwater quality standards must be met. However, there's also an intermediate boundary, the review boundary, which is intended to be a safeguard to detect any groundwater violations that might exist and that might be headed towards the compliance boundary. So that's your fail-safe right there, those two. So also in 106I, we clarified that the person may also choose to pursue risk-based correct remediation under general statute, if applicable, if it's allowed under the general statute conditions. We also clarified that a person that requests to terminate active remediation prior to achieving the standards, which is allowed in the rules, that they must demonstrate that natural attenuation will result in an eventual return to the groundwater quality standards. Also, within the compliance boundary definitions, we introduced the concept of the compliance zone, and that's the area between the compliance boundary and the waste boundary. And we help define that area without having to make references to the area within the compliance boundary as the current rules do. We added that the compliance boundary will remain in place for the duration of the permit. This is important because currently there are no specified timeframes for the termination of that compliance boundary. So basically, when the permit is rescinded or revoked, the compliance boundary will no longer exist. We also, under provisions applied from general statute, allowed for multiple contiguous properties to be treated as a single property for the purposes of establishing the compliance boundary. Also in 107, which defines the compliance boundary, we have reworded the language to clarify that DEQ is not prohibiting the transfer of land within the compliance boundary for permanent facilities, but instead the rule is going to restates what is required if the land is to be transferred, which is essentially a deed modification. Also in there, we deleted the prohibition of construction of new wells within the compliance boundary, as this is already contained in another section of the rule, 107I. And also in 107J, we deleted the rule that grants the right of the permittee in the state to enter property, as this authority is already delegated under general statute. Also in 107K, similar changes, we added clarification as what is required for the termination of the easement into the permitted facility. Current rules state that the termination may only be, termination would occur only once its purpose has been fulfilled. So we've added some language to help clarify that. And in 107L, we added a timetable that's a little bit more succinct, we think. Report sales and transfers of property that affect the compliance boundary to the director. Currently, the rule says immediately. That doesn't seem realistic. In the proposed rules, we're revising that to give the responsible, the permitted party 7 days to report the sale or transfer of property to the director. Also, last thing in 107, for potential violations within the compliance boundary, we clarified that the previous exception for limestones within the coastal plain actually applies to all bedrock, since those conditions are very similar hydrogeologically. In 108, the review boundary, again, that's the intermediate step before we get to the compliance boundary. In this case, we specified that if there is an exceedance of a standard at the review boundary, that the person shall be required to take action per 106D. In this case, 106D provides specific items that the director may consider for requiring groundwater modeling. And those considerations include the hydrogeological conditions, the data trends, like if the standard's only exceeded by a small margin, or concentrations are trending downward, or one-time exceedances. Those are things that the director can consider whether or not to require groundwater modeling. Also, the spacing between the compliance boundary and the review boundary, if it's very large or it's very small, that's a consideration for this action. And then 110 are the monitoring requirements. And so we moved the monitoring requirements that were previously in section 106 to this part. And we clarified that the director may require additional monitoring of any constituent of interest. Where that comes into play is, for example, if a constituent of interest could result from a geochemical change in the groundwater due to the presence of a waste system. For instance, if the waste system results in groundwater having a lower pH that could mobilize other constituents, that's an example of when the director could require additional monitoring of constituents of interest. We also deleted the requirement for the placing of wells 1 year's travel time, up gradient of a potential receptor, and no greater distance than the groundwater at the contaminated site is predicted to travel in 5 years. And the reason we did that is because groundwater can travel as little as a few centimeters per year, and that doesn't seem appropriate. In 110 monitoring section, we also added that monitoring systems, wells, and seepage meters shall be able to detect if a groundwater contaminant plume is causing or contributing to surface water standard exceedances. A system such as this shall not be required unless it is determined that contaminated groundwater is discharging directly into a surface water body. Also in 110F, we clarify the time frame for the termination of monitoring programs, and that would be that if concentrations in the monitoring are shown to be below standards for 4 consecutive quarters. And in that case, the director can issue no further action letter, depending again on those data trends. In 111, the reporting section, again, we moved the 106 reporting requirements to this section. We also added some specific items on what is required in site assessments and corrective action plans. Please note that these items are deemed necessary for a complete, thorough review of these types of reports. And currently, these items that we're requesting in site assessment reports are generally provided by consultants already when preparing them and are not generally specified in the rule. On 112 analytical procedures, we simply refer directly to the Rule 15A NCAC 2H rule, which specifies the laboratory procedures, the analytical methods, and sample preservations, et cetera, and holding times. That way we don't have to revisit the section of the rule every time those change. So for sections 113 through 115, we're not proposing any significant changes. So here's where we are in the 2L0100 readoption timelines. We've completed the physical note. The RRC pre-review has been completed. We've taken this to the committee for approval to present this to you today. And so hopefully we'll get permission to move these on to public hearing starting in probably October to November timeframe. We hope to complete that, compile the hearing officer's report later this year and going into March. Then go back to EMC for a final decision, optimistically and hopefully in May of 2022, back to RRC for final review in June through September, and hopefully the effective date will be November of 2022 for these rules. So respectfully, we're Division of Water Resources is requesting the Commission for permission to bring the proposed draft 2L0100 rules to public hearing. So for that, I completed the presentation, so please let me know if you have any questions.
Rick, thank you very much. Mr. Bailey, did you have any further remarks you'd like to make following the presentation?
I'd just like to emphasize that this is a corrective action rule. It is implemented mainly by consultants who have been hired to do the cleanups at these sites. The stakeholder, they were a part of the stakeholder process and were allowed to give comments. And these are these kinds of reports and the RS designation have been in place for a long time, and I just think this is a way to streamline it and bring it all together better. So when our discussion is finished, I'm happy to make a motion to that effect, but I think this is a good move and they've included the right people as the stakeholders group.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Hearing none, Commissioner Bailey, why don't you go ahead and make a motion, and we'll see if a second, then we'll ask one more time if there's any further discussion, we can move ahead.
Okay, let me get to the right wording. He took that off the screen, so let me
I
get
apologize.
to, that's okay.
Yes, all of us, for those of you who would be for Chris and for Jenny, we've become very much conditioned by the council to the commission about trying to get our wording on motions as precise as we possibly can.
I move to proceed to public hearing on 15 NCAC 2L.0100 rules. I don't have a really, does that cover it? I don't have a good
Need
summary.
the fiscal note too.
And the fiscal note.
Right.
So you're requesting to proceed to public hearing for proposed amendments to 15A NCAC 02L.100, which is groundwater classifications and standards general considerations, along with the accompanying fiscal note.
Yes, I just found that wording, so I'm sorry that I didn't have it. I wasn't better prepared. Yes.
No,
that's
no,
exactly
no
right.
worries, no worries. Okay, very good. Is there a second?
I'll second. It's Commissioner Arata.
So Commissioner Arata, so we have the motions moved and second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. Commissioner Anderson. I'll circle back to Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Arata.
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake.
Aye.
Commissioner Harris.
Aye.
Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Keen. I'll come back to Commissioner Keen. And Commissioner Anderson, I see you on the screen. Let me come back to you now while I'm thinking about it.
I approve.
Thank you. Commissioner Lazorick.
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams.
Aye.
Commissioner Modest.
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon. Commissioner Keen. Okay, I'm assuming Steve may have had to drop off. Let me, I'll record he was not voting. And with that, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I guess we're going to have a hearing officer for this. Commissioner Lazorick, I don't know right off the top of my head if we had already assigned a hearing or proposed a hearing officer, or if we need to go back and find one. But on the assumption,
We do not have one lined up yet.
okay, we'll try to get one for you on that as quickly as possible.
Very good.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. Okay, our next item is agenda item 21-28, which is to request approval of the 2021 annual report on the progress in developing and implementing basin-wide water resource management plans to the Environmental Review Commission. And we've heard a lot about basin planning earlier today, with one of them that we acted on today, and another one coming from the Water Commission for the November meeting, from the Water Committee for the November meeting, and they were referred to as well in the coastal habitat presentation. So this is a big deal, and this report has to be in on or before November 1st of each year, so we need to take that up now. It was discussed with the Water Committee yesterday, and I will note that because this is not a rulemaking, because I'm zealous about the protection of the 30-day rule, because this is not a rulemaking, the 30-day rule does not apply in this case. And the report, the draft report's been available to all the members of the commission, and so hopefully we can move this forward. But with that, let's see. Pardon me, I'm shuffling, having to shuffle my papers. Let's see. There's a Michelle. Michelle, I believe you. Michelle Rackett, I hope that pronounced that correctly, is doing a presentation on this, who also, and we're very glad to have you and welcome. And with that, take it away.
Sorry, yes, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second so I can unmute myself. I couldn't get to the microphone button quick enough.
Oh, no worries. I have had that problem all day.
So thank you, Chair Myberg. Yes, Michelle Riquet here with the Basin Planning Branch, and I'm going to share with you our 2021 annual report on the development and implementation of basin-wide plans. So now I'm going to attempt to share my screen. And let me know if it is there, and I will try to get to presentation mode here.
I am seeing it. And Michelle, I'm sorry, again, apologize for butchering your last name so badly.
I know, no, I have no worries or qualms about that. So
thank you.
So again, this was presented yesterday in the Water Quality Committee, and we are honored to present it again today to you at the Environmental Commission. As Chair Myberg alluded, this report is required by statute, and per statute, the Commission and the Department are to report on or before November 1st of each year on the progress in developing and implementing basin-wide water quality management plans. The report shall include information about public involvement and public education in connection with developing the basin plans, and a statement on heavy metals and other pollutants that are identified in the course of preparing those basin plans. Per statute 143-355P, the department is also required to report on the development of hydrologic models by November 1st of each year, and that statute directs the department to include that information in the annual report on basin-wide planning. So this year's report focuses on the development and implementation of basin plans between July 1st of 2020 and June 1st of 2021. And so this report includes an overview of actions taken while developing updates to the Chuan, Pasquotank, and White Oak River Basin plans. As mentioned earlier, also by Chair Myberg, these three basin plans included information about the need for more data and exploring the need for additional monitoring data and collection. So to begin with, we'll start with the Chuan. In March of 2021, the Environmental Management Commission approved the fourth update to the Chuan River Basin Plan. The plan focused on the need for additional monitoring and data collection to identify pollution sources that may be contributing to algal blooms throughout the basin. Basin planners contacted stakeholders in the basin by phone and emails and scheduled virtual meetings to review findings and recommendations. An interactive story map was also created to allow users to explore information collected during the development of the basin plan. Increases in organic nitrogen were noted throughout the basin. Turbidity, bacteria, dissolved oxygen, biological impairments, and chlorophyll A were also identified as pollutants of concern in the basin. In July of 2021, the Water Quality Committee approved the recommendation that the fourth update to the Pasquotank River Basin Plan be presented to the full commission today. It was presented today and approved. Much like the Chuan, the plan focused on the need for additional monitoring and data collection to identify pollution sources contributing to algal blooms in the basin. Like the Chuan, basin planners engaged internal and external stakeholders through phone calls, emails, and virtual meetings. And an interactive story map was just released for a more immersive experience. Copper, pH, dissolved oxygen, dioxin, bacteria, nickel, chlorophyll A, and nutrients were all identified as pollutants of concern within the Pasquotank. Yesterday, the Water Quality Committee heard the fourth update to the White Oak River Basin Plan. In the White Oak River Basin Plan, we focused on the shellfish growing areas and identifying strategies to reduce impacts from point and non-point sources of pollution. Basin planners involved internal and external stakeholders through phone conversations, emails, and virtual meetings, And over the next couple of months, we'll be developing a story map to go along with the basin plan. Turbidity, bacteria, and copper were identified as pollutants of concern, along with persistent water quality problems with nutrients chlorophyll A and algal blooms. Chemical, physical, and biological parameters are assessed regularly by the division to determine how well water bodies are meeting their best intended use. Every 2 years, these assessments are submitted to the Environmental Protection Agency to fulfill reporting requirements for sections 303D and 305B of the Clean Water Act. On June 24th of 2021, the EPA approved North Carolina's 303D list of impaired waters. Pollutants of concern were included in the updates to the Chewan, Pasquotank, and White Oak Basin plans. But with the help of the Modeling and Assessment Branch, we also included a table that grouped water quality parameters and identified the number of assessment units exceeding numeric or narrative water quality standards. So statewide, nearly half of the impairments identified on the 303D list, on the 2020 303D list, are in shellfish growing areas. 88 are on the list for one or more metals, and all waters continue to be impaired for mercury in fish tissue. For the update on the progress in developing hydrologic models, we included a map of those models that had completed and a summary to go along with the map. So during this past year, an OASIS hydrologic model was completed for the Yadkin, PD, and Lumber River basins. The models were combined into one model and will be available for anyone to access once DEQ has updated servers and computer technology. We continue to make progress on developing and implementing basin plans, and over the course of the next year, basin planners will be focused on portions of the Cape Fear, along with the Yadkin, Neuse, Broad, and Lumber River basins. We included a schedule in the annual report that includes the targeted timeframes for each for the public review and comment period, as well as the presentations to the commissions. So thank you for the opportunity to present our annual report on basin-wide planning to the Environmental Review Commission. I also want to thank all those who reviewed and contributed to this year's annual report, including the Commissioners Deerhaig and Harris. And on behalf of Basin-wide Planning Branch and the Division of Water Resources, we would like to request the approval of the 2021 reports on basin-wide water quality management plans to the Environmental Review Commission.
Michelle, thank you so much for that presentation. Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Deerhaig, did you have any other comments on this based on the discussion yesterday at the committee?
Yes, Chairman Myberg, this was an action item for the Water Quality Committee meeting yesterday. It passed unanimously. We had several committee members express the value of this report, especially when comparing the basin summaries and the related water quality parameters. So I'll be prepared to make a motion when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments or questions?
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Comment that I think these reports have gotten better over the years, and I really thank staff, Michelle, you guys, for keeping a little teeth in it and some recommendations. I appreciate the comparative stuff. The one question I had, and I don't know the answer to y'all's discussions on this, but is it enough just to talk about total nitrogen or organic nitrogen? The report does a lot with organic. Do we need to get into talking about the need to get into the species of nitrogen for some of these harmful algal blooms? And you may just be happy with more monitoring of chlorophyll A or organic nitrogen, but is that really enough given what we see in some, especially the Chewan Basin? I guess that's a question to commissioners and to Michelle.
In our basin plans, we are breaking down the different species of nitrogen as we see them and as they're monitored. So we are looking at the different species and trying to break those down within the basin plans themselves. Now, as for making that comparison and looking at the chlorophyll A, I might have to defer that question to Nora Deemer. She's kind of our nutrient guru within our branch, and she's also involved with the NCDP that is looking at some of those issues as well.
Okay.
Is Nora on the line? And if so, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yes, we can.
How are you all today?
Very good.
Yeah, so as Michelle said, we are breaking these down to the smallest form that we actually collect the nitrogen in for the division. We also have recommendations in both the Chowan and the Pasco tank as to work with researchers in order to help identify the sources of those individual components of nitrogen. It really does help to break them down in order to help understand what the potential sources are and how they may be contributing to biological productivity in these systems. So there's a lot of work to still be done in order to understand their impact on the systems. But we're working with the data that we have and really supporting the need for additional research in order to help identify those sources so that we can and then come back and have some better type of BMPs to address those specifically.
Right. Are you testing the whole profile of the nitrogen in most cases? Because I guess it's a quantity versus quality discussion on the sampling and the testing, right?
So so we're not doing, dissolved species specifically. So we're doing nitrite, ammonia, and organic PKN.
Okay.
So that's what we currently have to work with.
All right, that's good. Thank you. That was just a question for the report and to make sure everybody knew it was, you need a lot of everything. You need more testing and you need more detailed testing.
Right,
So
right. There is more.
very
If we
good.
could understand the difference between the total and the dissolved would be very helpful. However, that's much more expensive and much more time consuming in order to collect that. And so we're kind of relying on researchers to kind of go out and kind of understand those aspects of the total nitrogen signatures.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems like kind of a leitmotif to this meeting, is that more data is better, and it's going to take real effort to get some of it. So, but people are moving forward with the information we have, but additional clarity on many of these things is going to be important. I will just note that I was pleased to see in this report the reporting on the progress on plan approvals and also the development of the basin-wide models. So it sometimes feels like, I know it must feel to the folks who are working on this that some of these things take forever, but you watch these reports over the years, and as Commissioner Solomon said, they continue to improve and you continue to see evidence of progress. So thanks so much to the work of all the folks on the staff who are putting this stuff together. So I think it's time to call for motion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Commissioner Harris. I move to approve the 2021 annual report on basin-wide water resource management plans to the Environmental Review Commission.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Marion Deerhake, I'll second.
Okay, that we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Anderson?
I approve.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? Commissioner Carter? Yeah, I'll come back to Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keen? I missed Steve on the last one. I'm not sure Steve's still on the call. Okay. Commissioner Lazoric?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Moniz?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon? Okay, very good. Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Well, the motion has passed unanimously, and thank you very much to everybody involved. Thanks to the committee, and thank you very much to Michelle for all the good work and continued progress on improving and upgrading the quality of this report. And now we can meet our obligation in a timely manner to the Environmental Review Commission. So that's great. Thank you. All right. And now, last but not least, we have action item number 21-29, which is a request for approval of proposed rule revisions and the regulatory impact analysis, and to proceed to public hearing on the amendments to the nitrogen oxide state implementation plan rules. And this came out of the Air Committee, of course. And Commissioner Arata, did you have any comments before the presentation on this?
Just briefly say that this is a rule set that the AQC had previously approved, and these rules were reapproved at the July meeting based on changes that were made in response to some EPA comments.
Very good. Okay. Well, let me, with that, turn it over to Brad Nelson. Hey, Brad, I see the screen, but I can't hear you yet.
Am I unmuted now?
There you go. Yes, you are.
Okay. Here's some of the acronyms I plan to use for this presentation. Just as a background, the EPA issued the NOx SIP call in October of 1998. It was designed to assist areas attaining the 1979 1-hour ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standard by reducing the transport of ozone and precursor emissions from upwind states. The EPA developed a cap and trade program for these NOx emissions, which included electric generating units greater than 25 megawatts of both utility and non-utility facilities, and industrial boilers or turbines greater than 250 million BTUs. In May of 2005, the EPA put together a federal NOx SO2 trading program called the Clean Air Interstate Rule. This replaced the NOx SIP call budget trading program. The Clean Air Interstate Rule was promulgated to address both the ozone and the PM 2.5 National Ambient Air Quality Standard. The Clean Air Interstate Rule requirements and budgets for the non-EBUs were identical to those in the NOx SIP call, and they were codified in the DAQ rules under 15A NCAC 02D 2400 in July of 2006. In subsequent years, the Clean Air Interstate Rule was remanded without vacator by the DC Circuit Court and replaced with the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule in August 2011. The Cross-State Air Pollution Rule requires states to improve air quality by reducing EGU emissions across state lines and contributing to both ozone and fine particulate matter or pollution in other states. Even though the cross-state air pollution rule replaced the CARE rule, the NOx budgets for the EGUs and non-EGUs have not been removed from our SIP. And note that the CARE rules that were promulgated in our rules in the 2400, they expired on February 1st, 2016 as a result of the periodic review and expiration of existing rules. Also in 2019, there were some amendments to the NOx SIP call. These included allowing states to allow alternative monitoring for non-EGU sources, and also requires us to include the form of monitoring that was consistent with the NOx SIP calls to address any backsliding requirements. So what we've done is we've made some changes to the 1400, or we're proposing to make some changes to the 1400 rules. We're planning on adopting O2D 1424 and for non-EGU sources to allow alternative monitoring rather than the Part 75 monitoring that they would have done under the previous NOxIP call. The two alternative monitoring methods that they can use are using historical Part 75 data to develop factors and then calculate the NOx emissions using that data, or they can do testing using methods 1 and 4 and 7 or 7E to develop those emission factors. We're also proposing to adopt O2D 1425, which essentially just establishes the NOx/SIP budgets for EGUs and non-EGUs and requires reporting of these NOx emissions over the ozone season. And we are, I guess, amending 1401 to add a definition for the EGU and non-EGU and provide the definition of ozone season, and proposing to amend O2D 1402 to include 1424 and 1425 and the set of rules that apply statewide. The fiscal note was approved by OSBM. The cost for the first year for the non-EGU facilities is approximately around $43,000. And this is just, most of the cost is due to just putting together the emission factors needed to calculate the NOx emissions during the ozone season. And there's also some cost for reporting these emissions to DOT. It was about $7,500 for DOT staff time. The benefit for these facilities to go from Part 75 to this alternative monitoring, depending on which one they choose, is pretty substantial. 64,000 if they use the Part 75 emission factors, and about 60,000 if they do the test data. We've, I guess, brought this proposed rule to the APC a number of times, and now we're getting ready to ask for approval to go to public hearing. And this is, I guess, our recommendation that the proposed rules be approved and the OSBM regulatory impact analysis and go out to public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much, Brad. Commissioner Arata, do you have any further comments before we open for discussion?
No further comments.
Do we have questions? Okay, hearing none. Commissioner Arata, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. I move that the EMC approve the proposed rule amendments and OSBM approved regulatory impact analysis that authorizes authorize a public hearing on the proposed rule adoption and amendments and OSBM approved regulatory impact analysis.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Bailey. I so move.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Anderson?
I approve.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake? Commissioner Deerhake? Oops, we may have lost her. Commissioner Harris,
Aye.
Commissioner King. Okay, not voting. Commissioner Lazoric,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams,
Aye.
Commissioner Monist,
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll go to public hearing on that, and I know we'll need a hearing officer. And I'll work with Suzanne to identify the appropriate hearing officer for that if we haven't done that already, which I don't think we have. That concludes our agenda of action items. See, I think we can now move to our director's comments, and just there's no particular order to this, but Mike Abrazinskis, since we just did an air issue, why don't we go to you first?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good day, everyone. I'll begin with a quick update on our regional haze SIP that the Air Quality Committee was updated on back at their July meeting. We have put that plan out for public comment and have a public hearing scheduled for October 6th. We intend to submit the final SIP to EPA after consideration of the public comments. And as we discussed at the July AQC meeting, the science and the data and the analysis that's been done through this multi-year effort shows significant additional progress or visibility improvements are expected between now and 2028. And North Carolina remains well ahead of schedule on the reasonable progress goals established under this program.
Yeah, now we just need to worry about transport from fires in the West.
Noted, and I'll talk a little bit about.
That's not no response needed. That's just a observation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It was very interesting. I'll just comment on that because it happened as the case just happened. I was driving back from Texas, of all places, to North Carolina in July. And as you were coming through North Georgia, you could actually see it was clear. And then up ahead over the mountains, you could actually see where the line of haze was that was predominantly attributable, I think, to Western wildfires. It was really striking. This is not something that's just imaginary. It was very, very visible and real. So that's just an ad hominem comment, but interesting.
Yes, sir. A great observation. And I would say that almost every state in the United States has been impacted in some way by those Western and Canadian wildfires at some point this summer. So we have certainly seen the impacts here in North Carolina occasionally. So yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the next topic I'll provide an update on is the Volkswagen Phase 2 mitigation plan. This is the second phase of funding for beneficial NOx reductions from a narrow set of mobile source project categories such as school buses, transit buses, other heavy-duty diesel equipment, and ZEV infrastructure as well. Our Phase 2 plan comment period just ended this week, and we're digesting the comments right now. Thank you to everyone that submitted comments. And as part of our next steps, we'll be undertaking an outreach effort for historically under-resourced counties in order to ensure that more communities are aware of the opportunity, are able to effectively identify eligible vehicles, and be able to apply and compete for this funding. So we're looking forward to moving ahead on that particular effort. And my final item this afternoon is to highlight a new online monitoring display tool called the Ambient Information Reporter, or AIR tool. This is something that AQC was briefed on yesterday, and it represents a significant enhancement or advancement over our prior data displays. This is a map-based online tool that works on your smartphone and on your home computer just the same. And it really helps the public now have a greater ability to quickly digest current air quality conditions. And for the curious scientists out there, there are advanced data displays and overlays as well. It can also serve as a great tool for science teachers. So a huge shout out to our staff in our ambient monitoring program and our planning section as well that have taken a vision and turned it into reality. And our collaborators at the State Climate Office, we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you very much. URL to the AIR tool is included in the written director's remarks for the record. That's all today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Abazinskas. Any questions for Mike? Hearing none, thank you. We'll move on. Director Smith, why don't you go next?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. The comments for today, the first one includes that the Division of Water Resources has scheduled an online public hearing for a proposed site-specific standard for chlorophyll A in the High Rock Lake and Davidson and Rowan counties. This public hearing is regarding the proposed revisions to the surface water quality standards for Class C waters. That's 15A NCAC 02B 0211, and it's scheduled for 6 p.m. Thursday, October 28th. And written comments or public comments are accepted through November 15th. The next item is for our public water supply section. They've recognized 64 water treatment plants for surpassing federal and state drinking water standards in 2020. So the division's public water supply section awarded the facilities, it's called a North Carolina Area-Wide Optimization Award, which is part of our efforts to enhance the performance of existing water treatment system and facilities. Division of Water Resources also recognized 13 facilities with a Gold Star honor, which is an award for systems that have received this North Carolina Area Optimization Award for 10 consecutive years. And let's see, the 401 Water Quality Certification branch on August 23rd issued a 30-day public notice requesting comments for 12 draft 401 water quality certifications, or these are water quality general certifications that we will reissue as a part of consideration of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers proposed reissuance of select regional general permits. So the Division of Water Resources have provided the draft GCs to the public for review and comments as a first step towards certifying the proposed general permits. And so comments will be received through September 24th. And finally, I'd just like to take a second and thank staff for all the work to produce the presentations today and the presenters. I really do appreciate how well they did, and that's all the comments I have for today. So thank you.
Yes, this was kind of a special day for the Division of Water Resources staff, and I have to agree that those were excellent presentations. Thank you. Questions for Director Smith? Very good. Director Wren, as you can see, there's no logic to my order here, but why don't you go next?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. A few quick items here. Excuse me, at the July EMC meeting, I had mentioned a safety evaluation recommendation. Our dam safety program had issued to Duke Energy for the unfortunate deaths at a low head dam that they owned. The dam safety program has completed an inventory of all low head dams in North Carolina and will be sending out a similar recommendation to their owners. The letters will request that the owners evaluate their dams they own and operate and identify safety measures in place and determine the need for additional measures. The second item, also on the dam safety topic, on August 25th, 2021, our dam safety program approved design plans to construct a sheet pile wall on all 3 inactive ash basins at the Duke Energy HF Lee plant. The sheet pile wall will be constructed on the interior crest of the earthen dikes of the inactive basins, and that will provide stabilization to the earthen berms that are prone to erosion and sloughing and during flooding from large storm events. Our stormwater program has completed its MS4 audits for 2021. Currently, over 60% of the approximately 125 MS4 permittees have been audited, and the compliance rate is increasing each year as communities gain understanding of the expectations of the MS4 program. And we've also received some good information about 3 new potential stormwater utilities being formed to administer MS4 responsibilities. Town of Black Mountain, Town of Lowell, and Town of Newton are in the process of putting together stormwater utilities. And then just a quick update on some recent changes in personnel in our stormwater program. We've been able to hire 2 full-time staff members to assist with our MPDS industrial stormwater permitting program. Brittany Carson will be our general permits coordinator, and Brianna Young is our individual permits coordinator. They've both started and are neck deep in learning NPDS stormwater, and we're excited to have them. And then on a sad note, we just found out recently, Annette Lucas, who is our supervisor of our stormwater program, has accepted a job with a private company and will be leaving us. Many of you know Annette and have had a chance to work with her. Her last day is going to be September 30th. And obviously we'll be trying to find someone to fill those large shoes that she has filled for the past several years. So we'll miss her greatly. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Brian, that is a sad note. Annette's done a fabulous job and she will be much missed. So you're right. That's a large set of shoes you'll have to step up to fill. Questions for Director Wren? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much. And again, last but not least, that brings us to Director Scott.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Myberg, members of the commission. We're pleased to announce we have a new deputy director, Julie Woosley. She was previously our hazardous waste section chief since 2013. So please help me welcome Julie to that new role. Her RCRA experience combined with her knowledge on emerging compounds will be a valuable asset for our division moving forward as deputy director. So we're excited to have her in that new role. Couple of General Assembly updates. Session Law 2021-83, that's Senate Bill 474, enacted some changes to our septic management rules that were actually recently heard by the commission. That was before the Groundwater Committee yesterday, proposing some extended durations to those land application and detention permits from 5 years to 10 years. So we appreciate the Groundwater Committee's work on that yesterday. And another item we've been keeping commission members updated on has been Senate Bill 60, where we had letters of objection filed to the recent municipal solid waste rules and construction and demolition landfill rules that the commission had recently heard and approved. We were able to navigate some common ground there. That Senate Bill 60 has been ratified. Some of the main areas of focus were what would need to be required for the closure permit for those landfills, what information would be needed for change of ownership, and some discussion on IMAX. And so we're glad that bill's been ratified and glad to get that work accomplished with stakeholders. On the additional rulemaking front, our O2N underground storage tank rules were out for public comment, public hearing on August the 3rd. We didn't receive comments on those rules. Most of those updates are coming from 2 previous session laws in 2018 and 2020, and we hope to have those back before the full commission in November. And just like to thank our staff for their continued work on the Colonial Pipeline release. August 14th was the 1-year release of that significant fuel release in Huntersville, North Carolina. Currently about 1.2 million gallons of free product have been recovered from that pipeline release. A lot of ongoing work continues on that front. And a similar note, another site that we have a lot of department involvement on, as you've often heard, is the Camorra site. But some very interesting work here. There's a proposed barrier wall to prevent ongoing groundwater that's impacted with PFAS from reaching the Cape Fear. There's a barrier wall being designed that's over 6,000 feet in length with extraction wells. So it's going to be quite an engineering feat, quite a design feat, and just really appreciate the work of Demmler staff, DWR, and our waste management team reviewing a barrier wall that's going to be over a mile long in North Carolina along the Cape Fear River. So more to come on that. And on a final note, we're excited to add some resources. We've really been working nonstop through the pandemic on redevelopment of sites and brownfields, and we're pleased to be adding 3 new positions to that program to try to meet the workload demand. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission.
Thank you, Director Scott. And a couple of just note that I believe in the Senate version of the infrastructure bill, there's additional resources for the brownfields program also. And so that would be an opportunity to continue to further that really great work. Brownfields is the most popular program that I think EPA ever invented. Everybody loves it. So that's good. On the construction and demolition and landfill rules, did I hear you correctly that it appears that the issues that had come up that had caused the letters of objection have now been resolved and are incorporated in Senate Bill 60, or did I misunderstand that?
Yes, they've been resolved. We worked with industry on some language for the General Assembly to consider. And so those 3 items that I mentioned, we consider resolved, and the General Assembly's ratified the bill. It should be before the governor.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Director Scott? Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's move on to comments by the committee chairs, and we'll start with Chair Arata.
Thank you. So the Air Quality Committee heard 2 action items yesterday. The first rule set was on Title V rule revisions based on specific comments that EPA made. There's one piece that's still being worked out and discussed, and hope to have some clarification on that by the time the rule set comes before the full commission. The committee did vote to send that rule set forward. The committee also heard the sewage sludge incineration units rule technical corrections. Those corrections also were made pursuant to EPA comments and will be coming forward to the commission at its next meeting. And last, I just wanted to encourage everyone who has not taken a look at the ambient information reporter tool to do that. It's a really great tool. It's easy to use, and anyone who likes mapping systems will be amused for hours on end. So that's all. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris, and with the comments from Commissioner Deerhake as she sees fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Water Quality Committee met yesterday. Our agenda included 2 action items, 1 information item, and a DWR report by Director Smith. All committee members were in attendance. Our action items, the first one, the EMC took action on today by approving the 2021 annual report on the progress in developing and implementing basin-wide water resource management plans to the ERC. I thank Michelle Riquet with DWR for her presentation. The second action item was a request to proceed to the EMC with the 2021 White Oak River Basin Water Resources Plan. The committee also passed this action unanimously, and the request will proceed to the full EMC for consideration at its November meeting. I thank Robin Hoffman with DWR for her presentation. Our 1 information item was heard and approved by the EMC today regarding the draft Coastal Habitat Protection Plan 2021 amendment and recommendation actions to go out for public comment. I thank Ann Deaton with Division of Marine Fisheries and Jimmy Johnson with EBNet for their presentation. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge and thank DWR staff, especially Karen Higgins and Adrian Weaver, for their continued support to the Water Quality Committee, and a special thank you to Water Quality Committee Chair Deerhake for her continued guidance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So you're saying the committee won't be dominating the agenda quite so much in November as they did today, huh?
Hopefully that'll be up to Chair Deerhake. I'm here to help, but yes, hopefully all these things are moving, so that's a good thing. So anyway, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Pat, and thanks for stepping in. Commissioner Deerhake, do you want to have anything to add? I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, very good. Commissioner Bailey.
Yes, I think we were talking about how my meeting was perhaps the shortest committee meeting on record. Maybe Lois can verify that. We can get a count on how many minutes it took to address the minutes and 1 action item, which was the committee approved to proceed to the EMC for public notice and hearing on amendments to the general provisions for septic management. So that was approved, and then the meeting was adjourned. And I'm trying to be as brief as the meeting was. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bailey. Okay, and finally, Commissioner McAdams, I know your committee did not meet in September. Do you anticipate a meeting in November?
Well, it depends in part on whether Fuquay Varina comes through with their interbasin transfer request with the environmental impact statement for it to get that going. So we await that, and we have not met. With proper acknowledgement to Yvonne Bailey, we may have the shortest meeting on record in that we didn't meet at all. So
that doesn't count.
Okay, all right, then Yvonne's record still stands, but we look forward to agenda domination in the meetings.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's just go around for individual commissioners. Any particular comments? Commissioner Anderson?
No comment.
Let's see, Commissioner Carter? Commissioner Davis?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Deerhake, I'm assuming is off of the call at this point. Commissioner Harris?
No comment.
Commissioner King, but Steve, I got a note from Steve to be fair. I realized that he has had to leave for a business meeting. Commissioner Lazoric?
No comments.
Commissioner McAdams?
No further comments.
Commissioner Monist?
No, thanks.
And Commissioner Solomon?
None, thank you.
I just would note for the record for Chris Duggan and for Jenny, some meetings are this long. Not all of them are, but some of them are. So it just depends on the agenda. I'm getting the sense that usually you can predict a little bit about the agenda for the next meeting by what's coming out of the committees. And my hope is that maybe the November meeting will be a little bit easier lift than this one, but you never know. Councilor Reynolds, any comments?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, want to provide the commission with two quick updates. As the commission will recall, in January of this year, 2021, it heard a petition for declaratory ruling by Eagle Transport. That petition was denied for good cause shown. It was appealed. There were several issues that were considered by the court. Several of them we were successful on. Ultimately, the court decided to remand the matter back to the commission for a decision on the merits. I'll be glad to talk with any individual commissioners about that if they have any questions, but I wanted to give you an update on it because it will, we're considering an appeal right now, the Solicitor General's office is, and but if we decide not to appeal or decide that an appeal is not appropriate at this time, they would be coming back to the commission in the November meeting for it to consider issuing a decision on the merits. I also wanted to give you just a very brief update on the continuing litigation, as you are all aware, about the special order of consent with the city of Greensboro. We're continuing settlement negotiations in that matter, and recently the administrative law judge agreed to extend the date for the hearing from December 6th to January, late January, which we were grateful for, and wanted to make sure and commend and say my thanks to Commissioner Deerhake, who's been intimately involved in all the litigation to this point and will continue to be so. But that's the only two things I wanted to update you on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Counselor. My only thing is, again, to welcome our prospective new members of the commission. This, as I said, this is in some ways a representative meeting and shows the variety and depth and importance and significance of all the issues facing the state. So I'm really looking forward to welcoming Commissioner Duggan Commissioner to be Duggan and Commissioner to be Kelvington to joining the deliberations of this commission, and look forward to completing all of that and being official. I hope fervently that November might be able to be an in-person meeting, but I don't want, I'm done with making predictions about this. So we'll just have to wait and see how that all shakes out. Also want to express my appreciation to Secretary Beiser for her appearance with us this morning, and I know everybody looks forward to working with her. And finally, I want to note that while this is not related to the litigation, you'll recall that in our July 13th meeting, we had a discussion about the 1,4-dioxane levels that have been reported in the city of Greensboro. And I do want to report to you that the department has in fact been following up vigorously on that. I don't have a final report yet to give you on that, but they have been following up vigorously, and I expect you'll be hearing more about that in future commission meetings. But folks have not been idle since our discussion on July the 13th, which is a very good thing. With that, thank you all very much, and I hope you all have a good rest of the day. And with that, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you.